Good afternoon / evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. There are now less than 2 hours until the ransom note deadline for the ransom to be paid for Nancy Guthrie. Reportedly, that's what this ransom note said that was sent last week. Now, we still haven't confirmed. There still has not been confirmation from law enforcement that this ransom note is legitimate, right? So keep that in mind, that we don't know for sure that whoever wrote that ransom note has Nancy Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie's, the children, including Savannah Guthrie, said on Friday they were going to pay the ransom. According to TMZ, the ransom has still not been paid. According to TMZ, which has the original ransom note, they say that the Bitcoin account into which the ransom was supposed to be paid is still empty. So, again, less than 2 hours until this deadline, the deadline is, I'm sorry, do I have it wrong? Maybe it's 4 hours. I think I have my hours off. I think my clock is wrong. Sorry. I'm in Argentina. Everything is messed up. 4 hours. Sorry. It's less than 4 hours. That's totally my fault. People in the chat are saying, like, why are you saying 2 hours? No, you're right. It's less than 4 hours because it's mountain time. My fault. Let me fix the clock. Here we go. There we go. We have it fixed. Okay, less than 4 hours. Sorry. Totally my fault. It's 5 p.m. mountain time. Yeah, so it's now 3 hours and 52 minutes. So my bad on that. I'm in Buenos Aires. I'm just visiting, as I have said. It's a wonderful city, and I am here visiting and also practicing and learning some Spanish. But anyways, still able to do the broadcast from here. So the clock is correct now. Well, the time was correct on the screen on the bottom, but my countdown clock was incorrect. Less than 4 hours until the deadline. And again, according to TMZ, they say that the Bitcoin account that was specified by the ransom note is still empty. Will we hear anything from law enforcement today? There has been nothing from law enforcement about this since Friday evening. Friday late afternoon evening, the Guthrie children said they're going to pay. And since then, there's basically been no updates. There's been no press conferences. Law enforcement has really had nothing to say about it. So what is going to happen? And might we, in the coming minutes, hours, hear something new? But again, the deadline is 5 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. mountain time, as the correct clock now says, less than 4 hours from now. How would TMZ know if the Bitcoin account is empty? So they know what the Bitcoin account is because TMZ has a copy. They have the ransom note. They were one of the outlets sent the ransom note. I don't know. I assume they just have some way of figuring it out. I don't know the technical details behind it. So I assume they or somebody they were able to, some expert they used was able to figure it out. I believe with cryptocurrency that the transactions are public, not the name of the person who owns the account, but I believe you can publicly track accounts. Our viewer Tybal Chief says anyone can access it with the address. 26 Eagle says they can track the Bitcoin address activity. So again, they don't know who owns the account, but I believe that anybody can, as long as you know how to do it, can track what's going in and out of a particular account. Gamdolf says blockchain public ledger, that's the point. Yeah, and actually TMZ says that the confirmed balance in the publicly viewable account now stands at 0, with no transactions recorded. Again, you and I can't look at the account because we don't know what account it is. They know. Okay, so we'll know, also, Voltron says as soon as someone uses those Bitcoins, that if the ransom gets paid, the blockchain will be tracked. So there's this whole question about whether, if this ransom does get paid, will the person or people who are collecting the ransom be able to use it without getting tracked? I have no idea. All right. The ransom reportedly is $6 million. That was reportedly the demand. KGUN9 in Tucson said they had gotten the ransom note that it asks for. They said it asked for $6 million by 5 p.m. local time today. And it said that KGUN said that it threatened Nancy's life if the ransom wasn't paid. However, many of you think that she might no longer be alive because of what Savannah and her siblings said in their message on Friday night saying they would pay. A number of you thought that the way that message sounded, they thought that she was not alive anymore. So what can I say? I certainly, sorry, I'm just fixing my camera here for a second. I'm hoping, as I've been hoping all along, that she is alive, that she's okay, that she can get back soon. She's been missing for over a week now. But again, we have this, it has been almost 48 hours since the Guthrie children, Savannah, Cameron, and Annie, released a message saying they would pay. It's been almost 48 hours. As far as TMZ says, no ransom has been paid, at least to that Bitcoin address. And we have heard nothing from law enforcement substantive about all of that. Nothing. There was law enforcement out, I believe, sheriff's deputies, I believe it was. Law enforcement was at Nancy's house yesterday, and they were searching a septic tank. Okay. So we're going to bring you live updates. In a little bit, I'm supposed to have some video from Nancy's house. There's one video I was watching which really wasn't showing very much. It was basically just showing a police vehicle just sitting there. But I should be getting some in a little bit, some video from her house. But I don't have a drone video or anything. But I'm keeping my eye on things. Fox News is showing a drone on Fox News. I'm looking at it right now on Fox News. There's a drone just kind of going over the house. I'm not aware of any search activity going on right now at the house. And we'll be taking your comments on the air. I wanted to mention this. So, yesterday, here's what the Sheriff's Department posted yesterday. This was yesterday. The Nancy Guthrie investigation is ongoing. Follow-up continues at multiple locations. No suspects, No persons of interest and no vehicles have been identified. No scheduled press briefings. If any significant developments occur in the case, a press conference will be called, which I find a little confusing because I certainly consider it a significant development that on Friday evening, the Guthrie family said they would pay the ransom, and there was no press conference about that. Maybe they mean a significant development in their investigation. But really no comment from local or federal law enforcement about the message Friday night where the Guthrie family said they were going to pay the ransom. Our viewer Lisa Vanderstein thinks they know as much as day one. Well, they may know a lot more that they're just not releasing. Hang on a moment here. Let's see here. So we're going to take your comments on the air, and we are going to bring you the latest updates. At some point there will be updates. Let's hope for positive news. All right, I want to thank our moderators as we begin here. Our moderators over on YouTube, Leslie, Lady Hawk, and Ruth, and Charm Accents, and Roberts May Queen, and Janet B. They're all moderating there. And all of our other YouTube moderators, thank you. And also on Twitch, hang on a moment here. We have LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Jay Joannid, McBritches, and Sarah. Thanks for moderating on Twitch. And thanks on Twitch to Meat Missile 32 and Top Buzz for your support. Over on X, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. And on Facebook, thanks to our moderators over there. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Oops, hold on. Charlotte Webb is there. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you. Thanks to Barry Eisler for subscribing over there, and Christy Claft. Also Kay Lowry Body for modding. All right, hang on a moment here. I'm going to keep checking for updates. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. In a little bit, I'm going to have some video from Nancy Guthrie's residence. I'm not aware that there's any kind of major activity going on there. Fox News is showing a live shot from their drone. I don't really see anything going on in their drone shot except for a shot of the house, basically. Let's take some comments from you, and we'll have to see what develops. You can see the headline here. Purported Nancy Guthrie ransom note deadline approaches as search enters a second week. Tissy Stevens says, I thought she was going to die without her meds. Well, we don't know for first of all, law enforcement said she needed her meds. Her family said she needed her medication and that it could be fatal if she didn't have it. We don't know if she has her meds. It's possible whoever took her, supplied her, got medication for her. Second of all, unfortunately, we're not even sure she's alive. We don't know that. So we just don't know right now. Hoping she's alive. The Knight's Palace says, why were they searching the septic tank at her house yesterday? Tina Taylor says, this is all so strange. A Newfound Matt says, what happens when the timer runs out? KGUN reported that the ransom note threatened Nancy's life if the deadline was not met. But, you know, there's still no confirmation that whoever wrote that note has Nancy. Mick Britches says it's been pretty quiet at Nancy's house today. A93 says it's just cruel how some people accuse the family of involvement without any evidence at this point. Paula Owens says, wouldn't they ask for proof of life before sending ransom? It's a fair question, but we don't know what the family has received. It's possible that the family received some sort of message that we don't even know about. AP says that authorities investigating her kidnapping returned to her Arizona neighborhood several times over the weekend ahead of a Monday evening deadline set by her purported abductors, who sent ransom notes demanding money for her return. There is still no word on whether Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, is still alive. Remember, Savannah and her siblings said on Friday they were going to pay. And remember, their language made some of you think that she might no longer be alive. We'll play that in a little bit. Authorities believe she was taken against her will from her home just outside Tucson. She was last seen there on January 31st and reported missing the next day. DNA tests showed blood on her front porch, and a doorbell camera was disconnected and removed, apparently, in the early hours of Sunday morning. Detectives and agents carried out follow-up work at multiple locations over the weekend as part of the investigation. Yesterday, the Sheriff's Department said there are no suspects, no persons of interest, no vehicles identified. You can see here it says, investigators on Saturday were inside Annie Guthrie's home, one of the daughters of Nancy Guthrie, about 4 miles from Nancy's house. They spent multiple hours there. They were taking lots of pictures there. On Sunday, an investigator was seen using a pole to search an underground tank behind Nancy Guthrie's home. Authorities say they have growing concerns about Nancy Guthrie's health because she needs daily medication. She is said to have a pacemaker and has dealt with high blood pressure and heart issues, according to Sheriff's Dispatcher audio. Again, about 3.5 hours now until the deadline. John Von Canel says still no motive as to why kidnapping. Well, if the ransom notes are legit, then I guess the ransom could be a motive, but we don't know if they are. Laffy Man says, are they sure the family is not involved? Law enforcement has not publicly ruled anyone out. The Watcher says, I don't think the ransom note is authentic and still think person of interest is going to be close by. Oh, Jim says the video feels cryptic or at least off the "we beg you, we understand" video. I'm going to play that again in a second. Hold on a second here. By the way, a quick thank you to Nick Rose and Express Investing. Express Investing says, if they pay, won't this encourage others to do it? Well, that is an issue with ransom situations, but, you know, it's ultimately up to the family what they do. So I would certainly think you might understand why the family might consider paying a ransom if they thought that would get their mother back. But I understand your point. Thank you, Gary Baines, for the memberships. Thank you, Lest Sell, who says, will crypto ever be centralized so criminals can stop doing more crimes? Now, I think a big point about crypto is supposed to be that it's not centralized. But some, like our viewer, have concerns about its use in criminal activity. Thank you, thank you, Celtics Lore 2106, who thinks this is a distraction to cover up for what is coming out in the Epstein files. Thank you, Knitting Kitten. No, Knitting Kitten, I have not heard anything about a $1 million note. KGUN said they have the first note and it was for $6 million. Knitting Kitten wonders why they wouldn't ask for less. I cannot speak to the decision process of the whoever sent this note or notes. Thank you, Knitting Kitten. Thanks, Julie78 from Switzerland. Breezy, our member. Emily Flotilla, our member. Jennifer Taylor. Jay Gussie. Jay Gussie says Bitcoin is traceable. Meaning that I think Jay Gussie is pointing out that TMZ can fairly easily see whether there's money in the account because they have the account. They have the Bitcoin account number from the ransom note. Thank you, Gary Fry, who says this case is not getting much coverage in the UK. Gary says any coverage. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. Also, Sherry, our member, Sharongo's Lynn, and Hippie Mimi, and Golden Kitty for the memberships. Nick Rose says they need Dog the Bounty Hunter to help with the search. Now, I will say this. Thank you, Nick. I will say this. We don't know. There's so much we don't know, right, about what's going on here behind the scene. Where have they been? Do they have? I mean, they say they don't have a person of interest, and they say they don't have a suspect, and they say they don't have a vehicle identified, but you know, maybe they don't want to let anything on, the authorities, because they don't want to tip off who they're investigating. What do they really know? Where else might they have been looking? What other things are going on behind the scenes? We're really in the dark right now over this. There hasn't been a press conference in days. There hasn't been any real update from law enforcement since the Guthries came out with that video on Friday saying they were going to pay the ransom. We talked about this on Friday. Is that video... were the Guthries really saying they were going to pay the ransom? Some of you thought that their video where they said they were going to pay the ransom was maybe part of some sort of law enforcement plot to try to help with the investigation. So much we don't know here. What we do know is she's missing. And she's been Nancy Guthrie has been missing for over a week. That we know. All right, hang on a moment here. Also, there hasn't been nothing new. I checked, I'll have to check again, but I didn't see anything new on the Savannah Guthrie Instagram page since Friday. I'll check, I'll keep an eye on that as well. You never know when something will pop up on that page. Maybe they'll post another video. Salty Salmon says, find the dog. Does Nancy Guthrie have a dog? One of the viewers said that they thought she did. I don't know that I've ever seen that conclusively answered. Some of our viewers are saying that her dog passed in December. That's what some of our viewers are saying. That I don't know. Dumph Canuck says, is there a verifiable ransom request? We know there's been a ransom request. Harvey Levin of TMZ said it had information in it like the location of Nancy Guthrie's Apple Watch inside the house. So, certainly if that was accurate, that could suggest the person is legit. Yeah, in a little bit, I'm supposed to have some video from the house. There's one video I was watching before, and it was just showing, literally, it's just been showing one of the sheriff's vehicles outside the house. The sheriff has basically permanent security at the house now. But I'm supposed to get a video in a little bit, maybe by the top of the hour, of the house. But so far, I haven't really heard of big doings there today. And where is the... hang on, I forgot what I was going to look at. But I did want to show you the video of the family again, just because people were talking about that. A. Williams, our viewer, thinks this was not a financial kidnapping because the criminals were in the house 41 minutes. So remember, the front door camera was disconnected, I believe, at 1:47 a.m. And at, what was it? I think it was around 2:28 a.m. that Nancy's pacemaker disconnected from her devices, like her phone. And her phone was still in the house. So that might be the basis for A. Williams saying that the criminals were in the house for 41 minutes. If that's true, I understand what you're saying. I can't verify that whoever did this was in the house for 41 minutes. But again, there has been a ransom note sent. Dean R. says, person in house for a long time trying to hide what happened. There is my guess. Allie suggests that some things we are being told might not be true. Steenie says, no proof of life, a hoax. Again, it's not clear to us. We don't know if proof of life has been sent to the family. T. Debelak says chances NBC pays ransom behind the scenes. Saw some article talking about this yesterday. The Daily Mail reported that, Billy Bush, who used to work with Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show, was on Fox News. And Billy Bush, according to Daily Mail, said that NBC should pay her ransom. I'm not going to tell you what to think about this. It seems possible that the ransom is due to Savannah Guthrie's being famous from being on NBC and the person sending the ransom note knowing that. Our viewer Timber says, basically we as the public know nothing. By the way, thank you to Brian Beelman. Thank you, Brian. And also Golden Kitty 87. Thank you, Golden Kitty 87, for the memberships. And also our member Sevenfold. Yellow Ghost says they should pay. NBC is making a bunch of money off the coverage. They should pay, says Yellow Ghost. No, the Today Show has still been on Nita Lozita, but they've been talking about this and they've had segments about this. Oh, there's a new video, a new Savannah Guthrie video. Guys, new video just came out. Our viewer ACH mentioned it. Hey guys, new video from Savannah Guthrie. Hold on. Hang on a second here. I'm going to put it on for you right now. New video from Savannah Guthrie just posted on her site. Hang on. I haven't even seen it myself. All right, let's pull this up on the screen here. Here it is. Oops, hold on. I need to do one thing real quick. I need to really quick make a quick. Hang on. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. I just had to fix something here. Here it is. Here's the video right here. I have it right here.
We need your help. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, If you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help. Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers, and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
All right, wow. I'm going to play this again. So I'm kind of just taking this in like I'm sure you guys are. So she's saying that they don't know where she is. We need your help. Did she even mention the ransom? Because the last we heard from Savannah and her two siblings was on Friday. And they said, we'll pay the ransom. We'll pay. And we beg you to give her, to return her. And now, I didn't hear anything about the ransom. And I don't even know, this is not even directed at, so she's not even talking to the person or people who have her, who have Nancy. You know, in those the three previous messages have all contained, the three messages on her from her and her family have all contained dialogue addressed to whoever is holding Nancy. I don't believe any of that was in here. One of our viewers said that a cryptician thinks the note was probably fake, and she probably knows that now. Is this a sign that she thinks the note isn't real? But she did say she talked about a desperate hour, so I don't know if it's a reference to the deadline in the note, or so we don't. Let's play this again. It's confusing, I know. And look, I just want to say again, as I've been saying, and I know a bunch of you have been saying, thoughts with Savannah Guthrie and Savannah Guthrie's and all of Nancy Guthrie's family. I mean, it's horrible. Their mother has been missing for over a week now. It appears that they have no way to directly communicate with who's ever sending these notes. She's saying they don't know where she is, so it's really unthinkable. And then they're having to say these things in public, which a number of our viewers have said, I'm sure they don't want to do. So what an awful situation for the family. But at the same time, in the interest of finding out what's going on here, I do want to play this video again just so we can hear. And look, she is telling people we need your help. So this is a video meant for the public, but it's just such a horrible situation. Let's again watch this again. This new video from Savannah Guthrie just posted on her Instagram.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help. Hi there, everybody.
Wow. I was just typing some of the things she was saying. So a big part of it, she says that she was taken and we don't know where. We're at an hour of desperation. We need your help, even if you're far from Tucson. If you see something, let law enforcement know. And no message, no reference to the previous message from her and her siblings on Friday in which they said they would pay. One of our viewers said she probably knows the ransom is a decoy. Some of our viewers think that Savannah Guthrie thinks that the ransom note is not legit. I don't know. No, she is in the Tucson area, Savannah Guthrie. I haven't heard that she's left. Jamie Langerich says, sounds like she's grasping for help from anyone. It's really, wow. Wow. Isn't she asking for prayers mostly? No, she explicitly said in the message, even if you're far from Tucson, she said not just prayers. She literally said to ask you not just for your prayers, and then went on to say, even if far from Tucson, something to the effect of if you see something, see something strange or whatever, tell law enforcement. One of our viewers said, Express Investing, did she pay and get scammed? Well, remember, TMZ today reported. They know what the ransom note Bitcoin address was because they have the first ransom note. And TMZ says there's been no deposit into that Bitcoin account, which would suggest the ransom hasn't gotten paid, but who knows? Could get paid some other way. Catherine Marie says, makes me think the ransom hasn't been paid. Wow. How terrible. And obviously, not positive news that she has to release this message 8 days after her mother went missing. Booby Boo says this is odd. Thanks again to the viewer. One of the viewers mentioned in the chat right after this got posted, so we were able to show it to you real quick. TJH says terrible for her. Excuse me. All right, I know some people are. Hang on a second here. I'm still getting over being a bit sick, so I may have a cough drop in a second. So you're not listening to me cough the entire time. So pardon me. What I think I'm going to do is, people are coming in and out of the stream, and I think it's so important that this just came out that I would like to play it again, just for people to be able to hear it. It's such an important update. It just came out. Sorry. All right, let me play this again for you.
I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
She said, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if anything seems strange to you, tell law enforcement. Even if you're far from Tucson. And my guess is that when she says we are at an hour of desperation, I'm guessing maybe she's referring to the ransom deadline, which is in about 3 hours. One of our viewers said, what has changed? A couple days ago, they were going to pay the ransom. Wow. Fuzzy Dunlop says the whole thing is so strange. Mason D says she is cryptic. Well, look, I'm guessing she is not at liberty I'm guessing law enforcement has told the family. I don't know how much they share with the family. I'm guessing law enforcement, if they have told investigation information to the family, will tell them, don't tell this to anyone because it could harm the investigation. So it's possible that she knows more and she just can't say it, and she doesn't want to say it because she doesn't want to harm the investigation. Sarah Montgomery thinks they haven't received proof of life. Yellow says they might have been denied the possibility to pay the ransom. All right, let me just check something real quick. Let me just check for other updates. But that is certainly a very significant occurrence which has just happened a few minutes ago. I am supposed to get some video from the house in just about 5 minutes or so. Again, I'm not aware that anything... Look, Fox News is showing a drone shot of Nancy Guthrie's house, and I'm not aware of anything, particularly intense going on over at the house right now. I don't believe there's search activity going on. I'm not seeing it. I haven't heard about it either. Wow. Well, we're at about 3 hours from this deadline. According to this ransom note, which we don't even know if it's legit, if it's really, if the person really has her. Our viewer SM says, hope she is okay. I apologize, I have a cough drop because I'm getting over a sickness, so sorry about that. Jay wrote to me on X saying he thinks that the family didn't believe the ransom notes. Karen Moore writes in, she says, if I were in this situation and made the decision to pay, I would have sent the money right then. They knew what the ransom amount was, and I'm sure Savannah Guthrie would have no problem accessing funds with her connections. Did law enforcement ask them to hold off to have the extra 2 days to investigate, or are they aware of something with Nancy's condition? And remember, we don't know exactly what the ransom note said and what the second note says. There was a second note as well. The ransom note was received by email, reportedly in some sort of way that it could not be traced. Thanks Express Investing, Corey Bethune, D. Herman, who says TMZ seems an odd choice for someone crypto savvy. The initial ransom note was sent to a number of media outlets, several local media outlets, and also TMZ. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth said in the latest video, Savannah starts speaking in past like we have felt and she has felt, and then goes to current time. Hopefully doesn't mean a bad thing. Katie Bat was commented that her family, or that her siblings were not in that message. So I don't know what the decision process is behind that. I mean, there was one message where it was just Cameron, her brother. So I don't know how they decide who's going to do the messages and stuff. I can't really read anything into that myself. Thank you to Katie Bat. Also, Mark P85, OU Mike, Goxbirds, thank you. Goxbirds thinks thinks no one in the public even has a clue what to look for. Thanks also to Les sell, and all right, there's now under 3 hours. Hey guys, under 3 hours until the ransom deadline. Whether that ransom note is legit, I don't know, but under 3 hours. Any moment now, I'm supposed to get some live video from the Nancy Guthrie residence. I will put it on the screen as soon as it goes live for you. And we're bringing you updates here. But just a few minutes ago, Savannah Guthrie posted, basically saying they don't know where she is and asking the public for help. Asking the public for help, even public who don't live near Tucson. So again, as soon as I get the video from the Nancy Guthrie residence, I will put that on for you. Is there a new video from Savannah? Yeah, I'll play it again. I know some people have seen it, but other people are just tuning in, and I do want to, make sure people have seen it. CB McCarty, our viewer, says Nancy could be anywhere by now. I mean, Savannah Guthrie does say in this message, even if you're far from Tucson. Our viewer, Don Singleton, says, I'm really beginning to think the family knows just as little as we do. Alti says, Alti thinks the mystery might never be solved. Again, reportedly, the ransom demand was for $6 million in Bitcoin by 5 p.m. Tucson time. And reportedly, it threatened Nancy's life if the ransom was not paid by then. Constance thinks that a ransom note would have been left on the property. It looks like a crime was committed and someone is misleading the investigation. One of our viewers says, I think a press conference is needed. There hasn't been a press conference in days. All right, here's the video that Savannah Guthrie just posted a few minutes ago.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
You know, she's also, this feels like the first of the 4 messages posted on her Instagram. It feels like the first one that's not, the last one, yeah, all of them felt scripted. Well, I mean, in the first 2, they're actually reading from a piece of paper, I believe, it looks like. Is that what the last one looked like too? But the last one had very particular language in it. So this really felt like more of a didn't really feel like she was reading from a script in this one. One of the viewers felt this felt extra scripted. Oh, I feel the opposite.
Into another.
Yeah, our viewer says feels like a plea for help. Daisy Clementine Love says someone out there knows something. Thank you, Greg Pondell, who says pay some of the ransom and then trace where that goes. Like $100,000. Should be too much to let just sit there. That's what Greg says. Thank you, Greg. And LF Fire says, doesn't the pacemaker have a built-in power supply to send the signal to her phone? Could you take her phone and walk the area to see if it connects? Well, I think they just don't know where she is. But I don't know if there's something they can do to try to detect her pacemaker somewhere. It's an interesting thought. Thank you, LF Fire, and also the Goy Abides and it's Hotizzy and Mark P85. Holtzy, it's Holtzy and Mark P85. Let me just see if I have the video. Hold on. Any moment now, I'm supposed to be getting video from Nancy Guthrie's house. I'm not aware of any big doings there right now, but as soon as I have that live video, I'm going to play it for you. I just don't have it yet. Two hours and 51 minutes until the ransom note deadline. New Zealand says the 41 minutes spent inside Nancy's home is what bugs me. What were the criminals doing? Maggie's Meal says, I can't stand. She keeps sending messages we have to decode. If they're desperate, why can't they tell us what's up? TB says, it feels like she did this message on her own to me. It's an interesting thought. I don't know if this one was coordinated with law enforcement. This was not, at least overtly, talking to the captor or captors. George Bull says, do they even know the ransom note is real? That we don't know. They asked for $6 million, reportedly. Thanks, PH Survivor 92, who says, Savannah sure sounds desperate. She says, do you think the ransom note was a hoax? That I do not know. From what we've heard, it sounds like the ransom note had some information about the crime scene in there that possibly only somebody there would know. Neotrips thinks her message could also be something cryptic to the kidnappers. We have no clue what the note said. Thank you, Neotrips. And also Kelly Smith. Our viewer, Erin Taylor, says, this video makes it seem like they think she's alive again. You know, a number of you thought, and I understand the reasoning, a number of you thought that the previous video 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, Friday, made it seem like the family might think she's no longer alive. But, I mean, I don't look at this and conclude definitively that the family thinks she's definitely not alive. It sounds like they think she might be alive. One of our viewers said, I hope this doesn't go unresolved. Veronica says, covert operation going on in Mexico, question mark? I was not expecting this kind of video. One of our viewers, Andrew Broadwater, says, I think a police presser is definitely needed now. Wendy Slant says she could be right near them and they don't know it. LJD thinks it's strange the ransom note didn't come until she was missing for 4 days. When did the first note get reported? Was it like Tuesday or Wednesday? I can't remember. I'd have to look this up. Because I know we were talking about it. Yeah, somebody said, can you replay her post? I'll replay it in a second. When was that? I don't have it here exactly in front of me. The new note was a couple days ago. Wasn't it like in the middle to late last week? You know what? I'll look it up. Yes. According to the Wikipedia article about this, last Monday is when the first note, the ransom note went out. That was last Monday. She went missing from Saturday night into Sunday morning. And then on Monday, the next day, there was a ransom note. Okay, here again, we got a request to replay the video. I'm going to replay it because I know some people haven't seen it, and it's important. Hang on a moment here.
Nightmare.
Hang on, let me just refresh. Let me refresh it. Now it's doing this thing. Here is what she said. Sorry, I'm muted and the video is muted. They're both muted. Here, coming up right now, is what she said.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts. as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
She finishes by saying, we are at an hour of desperation and we need your help. Asking the public for help, not just prayers, for help. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. I just have to check in on one of these videos here. Sorry. I'm just checking in on the live shot from her house. And I will keep checking elsewhere for updates too. Again, we're now at 2 hours and 41 minutes until the ransom note deadline. Let's take some more comments from you guys. I'm not seeing any big updates at this moment. Was anything stolen, says George Bull. I'm not aware that anything was stolen from the house. Sharon Laporta, our viewer, says, I lived there for 2 years, and there are roads you can travel, and there is nothing around for miles, and so many unpaved with just dirt and brush. Lola V says, this is all so sad and frustrating. Yes, the ransom note gave a Bitcoin address where to send money. Give me 1 moment here. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Give me a second here. Sorry. I just, I had the time zones mixed up a bit in terms of the video that we're supposed to get from the scene. So we're supposed to get that video, but maybe not for a little while. Again, I'm keeping my eye on things, and I haven't really seen big doings at the scene. There's one video I've been looking at, which is basically just showing the sheriff's vehicle. It's been showing it for like 2 hours. Law enforcement has been providing security at Nancy Guthrie's house. When Fox News was showing their drone shot today, and when I've looked at it, it's basically just been showing the house. But when I get video from the scene, from the Nancy's house, I'll let you know. In terms of the security they said they're providing, let me just mention that. So, where is it? Right. Right here. Oops. Hang on, I gotta move this. Pima County Sheriff's Department said yesterday, at the request of the Guthrie family, Pima County Sheriff's Department will maintain a presence at Nancy Guthrie's residence for security. Media and the public are reminded to follow all traffic and private property laws. No trespassing is allowed on the Guthrie property. Violations are subject to enforcement. So I know there's at least one vehicle, one sheriff's vehicle there at Nancy Guthrie's house right now, but I believe that's just to provide security. Sober Pal Grunt, our viewer, does not think that the ransom note is legitimate at this point. One Nan B thinks the family has sent the money. Holmes Honest Locksmith says the police have provided zero information for the public to help, no vehicles or people or anything to look for. I believe this area where the mother's house is roughly 75 miles from the Mexican border. I do want to thank our moderators really quick. Thank you so much to all of our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. Ruth is moderating. Charm Accents is moderating. Thank you. They are over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Also on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fired, J. Joanne McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Also thanks on Twitch to the One Katis, Dirk Diggler, Top Buzz for your support on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X moderate for us over there, and on Facebook. Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, thank you for moderating. And I'm continuing to check other sources for updates, and I'm seeing nothing at the moment, nothing except for Savannah Guthrie's statement released on her Instagram. Wow. Our viewer, Country Gun, says, I have a bad feeling. WC says, the feeling of not knowing what or how or what to do is so debilitating. Girly Sound thinks a Circle K update is needed. It's been reported that law enforcement visited a Circle K to look into some sort of vehicle. But just yesterday, that was several days ago, but just yesterday the police said they have not identified a vehicle. Maria said at the house they moved everyone to the other side off the road earlier. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. It's also, this late in the whole process, 8 days after she's been missing, just a few hours before this ransom note deadline, to have Savannah Guthrie come on and say, we have no idea where she is, and ask the public for help. It's certainly not, it's distressing. Yes, local time in Tucson is 2:27 p.m. The deadline is 5 p.m. One Nanby thinks Nancy Guthrie's being taken is highly professional and they will not find these people. American Girl thinks there should have been an alarm system at the house. Catherine Marie says it sounds like there was no response from the note writers to the family's last plea. In the previous message from the family, they said they would pay, and they begged the captor or captors to return their mom. But apparently, there's been no ransom deposited into the Bitcoin account that the ransom note stated. Armandair thinks the last person to see her is the prime suspect. The police have not explicitly said who that is. They said family dropped her off at her house on Saturday night. Winding Road says, I still have hope. Marky B, yeah, the police said that she was at risk of her life if she did not have her medication. That is true. The family has said she needed her medicine. It's possible that whoever took her had medicine for her. We don't know that. We don't know if she's still alive. Thank you, Marky B. Yeah. Also, PH Survivor 92. PH Survivor 92 said they watched an interview on News Nation with a retired Pima County Sheriff's detective on Sunday, and that detective thought that Nancy was not taken far and she was likely deceased, and thought it's possible someone from the family might be involved. I haven't seen that interview, so I can't speak. I can't confirm. That's what PH Survivor said they saw. Thank you, PH Survivor 92. Also, D Herman 0001, who talks about how there is satellite video of every spot in the U.S. that maybe could help with this. Thanks, B. Earhart and his mother who are watching. Thanks, B, for being a member. Thanks also, Peter DeCoste, who wonders if the FBI's restructuring over the past month has weakened its ability to carry out effective investigations. I'm not sure what restructuring. I'm not aware of a major FBI restructuring, but maybe I'm just ignorant of this being announced. I'm not aware of it. That's what Peter said. Thank you, Peter DeCoste from Australia. One Marianne says, everyone is speculating we know nothing. Our viewer Gotta Beam says, Savannah should have mentioned the ransom in her video. Lego Mike says, do we even know she was kidnapped? Well, police say they believe she was taken. The family says they believe she was taken. Less than 2.5 hours now till the ransom note deadline. Francesca Epps, our viewer, says, I am beginning to wonder whether she was ever alive when taken. There was blood there. Lola thinks law enforcement knows more than they are saying. There has not been a press conference, I think, since last Thursday. Sober Pale Grunt says, FBI won't tell us everything. Our viewer, Amy Darcy Marie says, it's all so puzzling. What time is Kash Patel supposed to be there? It's not clear to me that we don't know for sure that he's going there. I've heard some talk of him going there. I haven't heard it confirmed. And also, I'm not aware that he's been there. And one of our viewers said, will he give a press conference? I haven't heard of any kind of press conference coming up. President Trump said a few days ago, I think Friday, that he thought that something would develop with this case soon, and he thought there would be a solution. There could be a solution soon. But that was Friday. I do want to check a couple of other sources here to see if anything new is being reported. Oh, by the way, the Austin American-Statesman reports that the FBI has posted billboards in Texas today. The Austin American-Statesman said the FBI will post digital billboards in Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, and El Paso, seeking tips in the case. That's from the Austin American-Statesman. Hang on a moment here. Thanks for your patience. Here, by the way, is the timeline. Wikipedia posted the timeline. Oops, you'll see it in a second here. Hang on. Wikipedia posted the timeline of that was given out by authorities of the disappearance. Thomas said, did the blood drop stop at the door? I haven't heard anything from law enforcement about other blood somewhere, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, I'll play the video again in a second. When is the deadline? It's right up there on the screen, in 2 hours and 22 minutes. 5:32 p.m. Saturday, Guthrie takes an Uber to her daughter Annie's home for dinner. 9:48 p.m., Guthrie is dropped off by her son-in-law and Annie's husband. Now, has this been confirmed? I don't know that that's been confirmed. I feel like in the last press conference, the sheriff was asked who dropped her off, and he didn't say. So I don't know what that's based on. What's the thumb? This quotes certain articles here, so it sounds like that's quoting some reporting. But I don't know if the police have ever confirmed that publicly. Anyways, 9:50 p.m., Guthrie's garage door is closed after being opened 2 minutes earlier. They say Annie's husband reportedly drives off at this time. Again, I don't believe authorities have confirmed who dropped her off. That would make sense that they dropped her off, but I don't know. Yes, as Riding Shotgun says, the Uber driver has been questioned. 1:47 a.m., a doorbell camera at Guthrie's home disconnects. The sheriff in a press conference said it was actually removed. He said the police do not have that doorbell camera. 2:12, software detects someone on one of the other cameras, but no video is available. 2:28, Guthrie's pacemaker app is disconnected from her phone. And then later in the morning, she's reported missing. Dean R. thinks law enforcement has some suspects, but not enough evidence to make an arrest. Bunter Dan says, why didn't they pay so far? It appears they have not paid Bitcoin so far. Could they have paid some other way? I don't know. It's a good question. If they have not paid, why have they not paid? Because they said on Friday they would pay. Remember, they said on Friday, we will pay. There's just no update about that. Literally, they posted a video, the family, on Friday saying, we will pay. Hang on a moment here. Was it Saturday or Friday? Am I getting my days messed up? I thought it was wasn't it Friday? Or was it Saturday? I have to go back and check what day that was posted. Sorry if I'm getting the day wrong. 2 days ago, they said that. Saturday, they said they would pay. Sorry, I was thinking it was Friday. Saturday, they said they would pay. 2 days ago, the 7th. Today is Monday. Sorry for my mistake. Nothing from the police right now, nothing new. No updates that I've seen aside from Savannah Guthrie's video. Which we'll show you again in a second. Strong Tower says this is so bizarre. Penolta thinks this is obviously the work of the unskilled. Seems like a pretty basic person to kidnap. Look, I've seen other people say they think that whoever did this must have really been skilled in what they were doing because they haven't gotten caught yet. I don't know what to tell you. String Theory says, where is Annie's husband? I have no reason to believe he's missing or something. He hasn't been in the family's videos. But also I believe that, isn't Savannah Guthrie married? Her husband has not been in any of the videos. Yeah, she is married, Savannah Guthrie, I believe. Hang on. Spouse. Yes, she is married. So I haven't heard any reporting that Annie's husband is missing or anything like that. I believe police has said that the family has been cooperative. Sydney, our viewer, says, you can't go from we understand, we will pay to request the public help out of the blue. Here again is the post from about 45 minutes ago, I believe it was, the new post from Savannah Guthrie. I don't think I have it queued up. I have to queue it up for you. Here is the post for those who haven't seen it. The new video from Savannah Guthrie.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
I'm actually going to update the headline to Savannah Guthrie asks for public's help. Savannah Guthrie asks for public's help as ransom deadline approaches. Rich says it seems odd if they decided they would pay, why would not just pay right away? Ruth says, poor family, so sad. Kevin Curran says, no last minute press conference from the sheriff. Kevin thinks that means, where did it go? Kevin, where did your comment go? Now I can't find Kevin's comment anymore. I'm trying to find it. I think Kevin thought that no press conference means that maybe the police thought they had made good progress on this. Cryptician says, I bet if they increase their fine reward to the same amount they agreed to pay the ransom, somebody would find her mother real quick, maybe in 5 minutes. Our viewer Eddie C. thinks right now the captors have the leg up on law enforcement and they are doing everything to avoid paying the ransom, which would allow the kidnappers to escape. Lux Blunted thinks kidnapping for ransom makes no sense. Rhonda Williams says, why all of a sudden asking the public for help? This should have been done days ago. Oh, Kelvin Currens says, no last-minute press conference from the sheriff asking for help. That tells me they don't need any help, and they are about to find out. Unleashed Pokey Gamer says, I don't know why, but a real bad feeling just hit me. I'm not sure if it's about the case or something else. Kay Nichols says, completely inscrutable, this whole thing. Who is advising them? It's very possible, by the way. It's very possible that aside from advice from the police, the family certainly could be getting advice. They might have hired someone for advice. Maybe the family hired, I would think there might be people with expertise in these fields who you can hire. Maybe the family hired some sort of security consultant or something. I would not be surprised about that. Express Investing says, I'm sure the public would be helping if they knew something, surely. Snitzel says, police don't let you pay kidnappers because it will encourage others to do kidnappings. Well, I don't think the police can prevent you. Police, I believe, have said that it's up to the Guthries. I mean, they can make their feelings known. But it's ultimately up to the family. William Runner thinks that the letters were stall tactics and red herrings. We're getting close to 2 hours until the deadline. 2 hours and 9 minutes right now. And the only major update today is that message from Savannah Guthrie asking the public for help, saying the family has no idea where their mother is. Wow. Really terrible. A quick thank you to, hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Hang on, what's this? One moment here. You can see this headline here. Savannah Guthrie makes new video plea as missing mother's ransom deadline nears. Thank you, Tom Lewis. Tom says maybe the family can't afford the ransom. The ransom is reportedly $6 million. I don't know Savannah Guthrie's net worth. There's some claims online that it's tens of millions of dollars. So I can't speak to that. But the family did say 2 days ago that they would pay. Although it wasn't clear what they were saying they would pay for and how much, because it seemed from their video 2 days ago that possibly they thought that their mother was no longer alive. If their mother was no longer alive, would it be, say, the same ransom amount? I have no idea. Thank you, Lucchini AP, who thinks Nancy Grace would have solved this in a couple of days. I believe she's been on TV about this. I saw an interview with her a couple days ago. Thank you, Melody CJ, who says, what happens after the deadline is over? According to KGUN9, who got the note, they say that the deadline threatens Nancy's life. That Nancy's life is under threat. The deadline threatens Nancy's life. The ransom note threatens Nancy's life if the deadline is not met. Thank you, Crygo, who says value of Bitcoin crashed, maybe demand changed. Thanks, Danny Eel. Brian Beelman for the memberships. Thanks, Brian. Also, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, have they looked in areas like the waters? So I don't know exactly where police has been looking around there. We know police, including federal law enforcement, has been looking. I don't know exactly where. Yesterday they were looking it looked like a septic tank on Nancy Guthrie's property. I'll show you in a second something, though. Thanks, by the way, to Knitting Kitten and Skybird and Express Investing, who says, how would they return her without getting caught? A number of our viewers have wondered about that. If they were going to return her, how could they do it without her getting caught? Without them getting caught? I mean, people have talked about something like, well, they would leave her somewhere and then tell law enforcement where she is, but maybe law enforcement could be able to track what was going on in the location before she was left there. So it certainly would seem like there would be some additional risk of them getting caught by them identifying where she is. Hang on a moment here. At the moment, I am not seeing any other updates about this. I am not seeing any other updates about this. Going to keep an eye on one other thing here. Give me a quick moment here. Two hours and 3 minutes to the ransom note deadline. Oh, I was gonna show you on a map what the area looks like. Let me show you that real quick. I forgot to do that. Hang on. I have it right here. The location of her house on a map. Just so you can see what the surrounding area looks like. Can I get this on the screen for you? Let's see here. You'll see it in a second. There it is. From Google Maps. One sec. This is public. It's public. I'm not doxing the house, by the way. It has been public knowledge for days where this house is. There's been public drone footage of the house, you know, being broadcast by national media. But if you've seen the drone footage, you know that's what the house looks like there. But if we zoom out, so, you know, it's in this kind of rugged area, but with a lot of houses around. Now, by the way, this is not, that's better there. To the north are these mountains. And to the south is Tucson. But, you know, a lot of rugged terrain in the area and around Tucson. If you zoom out more, you can see, I mean, what we're talking about here. A lot of relatively empty, rugged terrain. But the house is right there. Catalina foothills, yes, as our viewer said. Charlene Saunders says, to me, there's no guarantee if the money is paid, they get their mom back. That's what's uncertain and scary. Vince Sida says, search the mountains. I wonder if they have been searching the mountains. Matthew Milton says, in this day and age, how is this possible? Sarah Terry says, none of the spouses have been in videos. I'm sure they are following advisors. Gary Baines thinks there won't be a press conference at 5 p.m. local time. Aaron Nuff C says, nothing from law enforcement? So strange. Tony Ellie says, sounds like her mom died on the kidnappers and now the kidnappers bailed on the ransom. Christine Michelle says, I think Trump's comment on Saturday got our hopes up. What was he talking about? Our viewer, one of our viewers said there was an extensive aerial and ground search today. That's what our viewer says. I'm trying to find the comment of who said that. I just saw it and it flew by. Cogito says the sheriff had deployed a sheriff search aircraft pilot. Wait. Oh, Cogitos claims the sheriff had disciplined a sheriff search aircraft pilot that led to several hours of delay in the search. I have not heard that, Cogito. I have not heard that. All right, give me a moment here. Oh, I want to put something on the screen. So just something else, unrelated story, but I want to put it on the screen for you. If you give me a second here. Can I get this up here ready to show you? Wait 1 sec. What's the best way to do this? So, U.S. Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are supposed to speak soon after viewing the unredacted Epstein files. So I'll probably show you what they have to say. Just give me a moment here. Again, it's not this story, but I would like to at least show you this when it happens. If you look at this video right here, hold on. So again, that video is in Washington, D.C., and that is Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are going to speak after viewing the Epstein files in person, unredacted. So I'll keep an eye on that, and when that happens, I'll put it on the screen for you. Hasn't happened yet. Give me one moment here. Hang on 1 sec. Okay. So again, I'm keeping an eye on that. Okay, we're actually under 2 hours until the ransom deadline. Less than 2 hours until the ransom deadline. We have gotten really no, other than Savannah Guthrie posting a video asking for help, we have gotten no update from law enforcement today. I have not seen any kind of big report from any kind of media outlet about what's going on. Braden Kemp says law enforcement will work to the wire. And here again is what Savannah Guthrie posted about an hour ago. Here is what she posted about an hour ago. I'm going to show you this. Here is her post where she asked the public for help.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
So again, very distressing. Talking about how they're at an hour of desperation, and asking the public for the public's help, even if you're far from Tucson. They say they don't know where their mother is. She says, we don't know where our mother is. Grace Katz says, what a helpless feeling. Beck says, it's all a very strange situation. It's certainly not an encouraging message. Let's hope somehow we can hear positive news. Our viewer Sorsby says it sounds like zero leads whatsoever. Tarask thinks they got scammed by scammers. The Josh Crockett says, why won't she say the word alive? GTO says, it's hard to believe there wasn't a subscription for the door camera. USN Gators says, sounds like the trail is going cold and she is asking the public for help. By the way, I did mention, and I'm sorry, earlier I had thought that we were going to have video from the Guthrie house already. Not that there's been much going on there. And as I mentioned, my time was off. So I believe right now I'm seeing the time, and it says in 20 minutes I'm supposed to get the live shot from the Guthrie house. I've been looking at one live shot, and it's just been basically showing a police vehicle the entire time. So I don't have a drone shot. So I will put that up as soon as I get it. But again, really, I've not heard of any major developments at Nancy Guthrie's house today. Also, when they come out and speak, I was going to try to show you what Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna had to say after viewing the Epstein files. Less than, it's about 1 hour and 49 minutes now until the ransom deadline. And I keep checking for any kind of other updates, and I haven't seen anything. Nothing. We'll take some more comments from you guys. Black Irish says her saying we are at an hour of desperation coincides with the second deadline date listed in the first note. Yes, I don't know when she said we're at an hour of desperation in her message today. Was she referring to the deadline? Did the family believe this deadline is legitimate? That I cannot confirm. It's possible that that's why she was saying that phrase. Michael Ruiz of Fox News reports there is a small but growing collection of mementos and good wishes at the foot of Nancy Guthrie's driveway. I think I have a picture of that. Yeah, right here. Right here it says, oops, you'll see it in a second. Over here it says lit candles next to a sign from neighbors supporting the Guthrie family outside of her house. On the right there. Less than 1 hour and 47 minutes now. Let us take some more comments from you guys as we wait to see what happens. Our viewer, Mac Knight, thinks when she said hour of desperation, that sounded like the hour that's upon us now. Brian Shy thinks the FBI is the only best way to figure this out. Zach Lovely doesn't think the local sheriff's department has been doing a good job. Pebbles says, did they give the ransom with no proof of life? We don't know if the family ever got any proof of life. I just want to remind people what was said 2 days ago. So remember, this is I want to put this on the screen again. This is from 2 days ago. This is what the family was saying. Because today, of course, Savannah Guthrie said they have no idea where she is, and they're asking the public for help. This is what Savannah and her siblings said 2 days ago on Saturday.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message.
So again, that was 2 days ago. They said they will pay. We received your message. We understand. And now today, in Savannah Guthrie's message, there's no reference to paying. And they say, and she says today, Savannah Guthrie said, we have no idea where she is, and asked the public for their help. And no reference today to the claim 2 days ago that they were going to pay. Jim says, weird situation. Give me 1 second here. Hang on one moment. We're going to take more of your comments. We're going to bring you updates. Thank you so much, by the way, to Bonnie Goodwin. Very much appreciate your support, Bonnie Goodwin. In about 10 minutes, I should hopefully have some video from Nancy Guthrie's house. Not that anything really huge is going on there, but as soon as I have that video, I will put it on the air. Sorry, hang on a moment here. There's a bunch of stuff going on. By the way, thanks Melody CJ. Thanks 08A Davis, who says, how is it an hour of desperation if they agreed to pay the ransom? Yeah, I mean, look, it seems like a bit of a different message today than 2 days ago when they were saying they're going to pay. I can't explain what has changed and what's going on underneath to that would explain the difference in the messaging there. Remember, TMZ says that no Bitcoin has been put into the Bitcoin address specified in the ransom note, which TMZ has that note. Thank you, Julie78. RJ from the Bay. Oops, hold on a second here. RJ broke the chat rules. Fahrenheit, our member. Kevin L, our member. Thank you. Rob PZ. Rob thinks the camera disconnecting and the camera picking up movement but no video due to service interruption is the most unsettling thing. Makes things grim. Well, I believe the camera, there's no video from the camera that detected possibly a person there because the police said that the family did not, that Nancy did not have a subscription to the camera service. Crygo, thank you. Crygo is guessing the family is doubting the validity of the ransom demand. Also Crygo thinks that cartels crossing the border would be insanely stupid and unnecessary. Next, Jack Frost thinks it's a family incident gone wrong. No, TMZ has not released the Bitcoin address. Cheryl Bogey says, I pray there's a break soon. I pray mom is alive. Less than an hour and 40 minutes now until the deadline. 1 hour and 39 minutes. Uresco says, I'm watching live transfers of anything around 6 million and also not seeing anything yet. You're saying you're watching for, because it's public, for transfers of Bitcoin in that amount. Hang on a second here. Okay. Jackson Ward said NBC posted about the FBI. I'll have to see if I can find that. Hold on a moment. Give me a moment here. Oh, the NBC News says, did I just miss this post? Or the FBI released a statement. Doesn't say anything too huge. NBC News says, the FBI says its agents, analysts, and professional staff are working around the clock to search for Nancy Guthrie. The agency said this afternoon, additional personnel from FBI field offices across the country continue to deploy to Tucson. We are currently operating a 24-hour command post that includes crisis management experts, analytic support, and investigative teams. That's a new statement from the FBI this afternoon related by NBC News. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning that. One hour and 35 minutes now until that deadline. Justin Kopnick, our viewer, says, it seems like with all the technology and AI with cameras everywhere, they would have her home by now. Constance English says, you can't rule anyone out. Intruder was in the home for how long? If it wasn't a robbery, then what? Were there any computer logins from her home during the time she got home till she went missing? That we don't know. Eileen Catanese says, I think she passed away when the pacemaker stopped. What we know is that the pacemaker stopped transmitting to her phone. That's what we know. William Runner, our viewer, says, if this case is solved, it likely won't be through ransom negotiations, but through authorship analysis, access, and opportunity. Who had reason to want time bought? There might be a typo in there somewhere. Guys, hold on a moment. Look what I have for you guys. I have the video from Nancy Guthrie's house. We now have the video from Nancy Guthrie's house live. I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Give me a moment. Let me get it on the screen for you. The video from Nancy Guthrie's house. Here it is. Let me just, again, get it on the screen here. Excuse me. Oh, let me get this on the screen for you. I think technically this might be, I don't know, because Google has the address in Tucson, but I thought it wasn't technically in Tucson. Reuters says Tucson. I'm going to say Pima County. Let's say Pima County.
The Daily Mail had this report out. They're saying that
What?
Savannah Guthrie and her family are hunkered down in the $1.2 million desert hideaway mansion.
Oh, guys, hold on. Let me show you one other thing. Hold on. All right, really quick, I'm going to show you something about the Epstein files. Really quick, Epstein files related video. Hold on a moment.
The names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. So that's the first thing that I saw. It took some digging to find them. Then I'll let you talk about what you saw.
Well, and we discussed that. I mean, there are 6 men, some of them with their photographs that have been redacted, and there's no explanation why those people were redacted. And Thomas discovered it through his MIT logic with some of the searches. But, you know, that's really concerning. I think there are 2 other points. One is some of the internet concern about some of the more sensational emails. I mean, I do think it's important to recognize that some of the senders on that are women, and so some of the redactions may be appropriate, some may not be appropriate. We need to look at that. But just because there's an email out there, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily an improper redaction. The bigger concern is these 6 individuals. I will say that the staff was very professional in allowing us to do the searches. Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted. Even in what we're seeing redacted versions. I thought we were supposed to see the unredacted versions, and that's because the documents produced to justice from the FBI, from the grand jury, was redacted when they got it. So we kept doing the searches for the unredacted information, and it's the identical redactions that they have. Now, I don't think that's nefarious on the career attorneys that were reviewing it, but they obviously haven't gotten the production because our law says that the FBI and the original grand jury needs to be unredacted.
Right. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI are compelled, as well as the DOJ, and the DOJ was responsible for this document production, and they just produced documents that have been given to them from the FBI, the 302 forms, for instance, which need to be unredacted. There was one other thing that definitely needs to be addressed. Some of these files have been taken down, like the DOJ produced them, and for some reason they took them down. Maybe they decided that victims' names were in there and that they needed further redactions. But those documents not only haven't been put back up on the site with the appropriate redactions, they were not available to us to search. As far as I could tell, we couldn't search the documents that had been taken off the internet.
Can you share with us the name of the 6 men that you identified?
I probably should do that from the floor or in a committee hearing.
And look, they should be releasing these documents. We have many avenues where we can compel that legally. Maybe they've done it out of oversight. I don't know. I don't believe that. But, you know, they should be releasing those documents, and our hope is to get them to do that. And then in some of the redactions, they need to be very careful on whether that was a survivor or not. Just because, for example, someone is female doesn't necessarily mean they're survivors. And it seemed like they blanket redacted anyone who was a female from my review.
Yeah, I would like to give the DOJ a chance to say they made a mistake and over-redacted and let them unredact those men's names. That would probably be the best way to do it.
So how much of the redactions, you said that there are a lot of, the documents, some of what you saw in there had redactions. How much new information then did you see that was unredacted, or did it look pretty similar to what we've seen publicly?
I mean, what we're after is the men who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked women to. We want those names published. We're not out to embarrass people, and the problem is we went in there hoping to see that in 302 forms. What we found out is those 302 forms were redacted before they got to the DOJ. So, but our legislation directs the FBI, which is the agency that produced those 302 forms, to also produce these documents. The Attorney General is ultimately responsible for that production, so that's why we're here at the DOJ to view these files. But there needs to be more information given in those 302s. So I was disappointed we didn't find that. But it's also clear, just sort of as a checking their homework, that they need to do a little more homework. There are 6 men. We went in there for 2 hours. There's millions of files, right? And in a couple of hours, we found 6 men whose names have been redacted, who are implicated in the way that the files are presented.
Congressman, activism, my question is, what's your message to Pam Bondi after what you saw today?
Need to do a little more work. And I would like, I mean, we'll see her at the Judiciary Committee here in a couple days.
At the very least, these 6 men, maybe she can make public. I mean, we're happy to provide the information to them, and they should do that. Look, there's some of the effort, because there were a lot of career attorneys on there. There's some redactions that were appropriate, some, for protect the survivors. And some of the most sensational things out on the internet, there may have been appropriate redactions. So, you know, for Thomas and me, it's always been about the facts. And our biggest concern is what was redacted before it even came to the Justice Department. I mean, the reality is that the most important things, the 302 files and some of the information on the prosecution memos, it's unclear that those redactions happened here. We saw a lot of files that already were redacted. And then, of course, they have been protecting some of these men. Maybe it was not intentionally, but the law is very clear. They need to comply with the law.
And finally, the documents that they put up and decided for one reason or another they had to take back down, I was hoping to see those here. They didn't appear to be in the database that we were able to search. Those ostensibly are wholly redacted files now. We know they exist. They published them for a brief period of time and pulled them back. they need to answer to us as to, do they intend to redact those files and put them back up and put them in the database so that we can search them and see if it was appropriate to take them back down from the website.
Are these men U.S. citizens? What fields do they work in? Is it finance? Is it political?
At least one is a U.S. citizen, at least one is a foreigner, and the other 3 or 4 have names. I'm not sure if they're foreign or U.S.
In which field do they work in? Is it finance, banking, political?
One is pretty high up in the foreign government.
And some are, they're, one of the others is a pretty prominent individual. But I think that the point is that these 6 are just what we found in 2 hours of a review of the files that aren't redacted. The broader issue is why so many of the files they're getting are redacted in the first place. And until that becomes unredacted, the main things that they're sending to the career attorneys to review, I don't think we're going to have full compliance with the law, get to the question that most Americans want to know. Who were the rich and powerful people who went to this island? Did they rape underage girls? Did they know that underage girls were being paraded around? And after seeing this, I don't blame the U.S. attorneys, the assistant U.S. attorneys reviewing it. If they're reviewing redacted material, what are they supposed to do? But they're getting, it seems like, material that's already been redacted.
Congressman Raskin also viewed these materials earlier, and he said that he saw President Trump's name redacted, he saw Lee Wexner's name redacted. Did you see President Trump's name redacted, Lee Wexner's name redacted? Can you share anything about that?
I didn't put Donald Trump in the search engine, so I couldn't tell you.
Did you
Why
see
not?
who wrote the email about the little girl who was called a little naughty?
I did, and that was a woman that wrote that, and so it may be proper to redact it and it may not be. I don't know. It seems like part of their algorithm for redaction was just to redact every woman in there, pretty much.
Yeah.
So we can't parse if the person who sent that was a victim or not.
Look, none of this is designed to be a witch hunt. If just because someone may be in the files doesn't mean that they're guilty. But there are very powerful people who raped these underage girls. It wasn't just Epstein and Maxwell, or showed up to the island, or showed up to the ranch, or showed up to the home knowing underage girls were being paraded around, and some of the sickening stuff in there about the violence. And what we want to do is have the investigation to get to those people to answer those questions. Not to say that every internet rumor about some email is going to be true. And like I said, in some of the cases, the redactions may have been appropriate. But for Thomas and me, it's never been about getting Donald Trump or getting Bill Clinton or scoring political points or trying to destroy people's reputations. It's about actually getting justice for these survivors.
Do either of you plan to read the 6 names on the House floor?
I think we need to give the DOJ a chance to go back through and correct their mistakes.
How long do they have to do that? How long do they have to
We're not-
these files?
They're already breaking the law. Look, they're way past the deadline. And the reason they gave for taking so much time is so they wouldn't release victims' information. But in fact, they've released all kinds of victims' information. So the problem here is not the deadline. The problem is they need to go back. They need to themselves check their own homework or have somebody else check it. And as Rose said, they need to go to the U.S. attorneys and the FBI, who are compelled by the legislation directly to produce that material to them unredacted.
And I think, look, we could have brought contempt or impeachment weeks ago, but our interest is in actually getting the information out. And as a result of the strategy we've been pursuing, this is the largest release of the Epstein files in history. Now, it's not enough, but it has exposed people in the highest levels in technology, in finance, in real estate. It has exposed the establishment and monarchies in other countries. So our push is, how do we expose this and have accountability, not how do we score political points or have retribution.
What questions are you going to ask Pam Bondi?
Well, he's on the committee.
We'll see Wednesday.
You said a lot of the redactions were already made before the files were in the hands of career attorneys. Who do you suspect would make those redactions?
It seems that they were made by the FBI or they were made by attorneys in the grand jury, but the Justice Department, it seems, got some of these documents already redacted. our law was very clear. Unless something was classified, it required it to be unredacted, and they have not complied with that law. And that law needs to be complied with, because that's where a lot of the information is, especially about the powerful people in this country and what their involvement was. And, you know, their involvement could have been that they were showing up at this island knowing that there was pedophilia taking place. Their involvement could have been that they were actually engaged in raping underage girls, or knowing that underage girls were being raped. We won't know until we see those files.
What information did you see that led you to believe that those 6 men were implicated in Epstein's crimes?
It's a list of 20. You can actually, I'll direct you to the unredacted, or the redacted file. It's a list of 20 individuals. 3 or 4, Maxwell and Epstein are on the list, and maybe 1 or 2 other people. And everybody else is redacted. And their names are redacted, but it also includes 20 pictures, 20 photographs. And they're sort of mugshots. They're not the best pictures. I'm not sure if they were mugshots or not. But there are at least 3 or 4 males in the photographs. I couldn't verify by looking at their names because they have foreign names. I couldn't verify by looking at their names that they were male until I went and looked at the photographs. By the way, in the document I'm directing you to, the photographs are redacted and their names are redacted. There is no reason in our legislation that allows them to redact the names of those men, as far as I can tell.
Unless there are any male survivors, which seems hard to believe given this issue. But and all the women that are redacted, it's unclear if they were just actual survivors, in which case they did the appropriate thing, or whether they just, as Thomas said, had an algorithm to take out any woman's name.
There's also hold on a second. There's also an FBI form that lists people who are conspirators, and one of those is a male. It's like on an FBI form, they've redacted his picture and his name on that form, where they were, I guess, considering an indictment or indicting or something. I could also, I don't have the number in front of me, but I could direct you. It's a 3-page EFTA file.
The Justice Department has said it's letting you go.
I'm not sure if they're mugshots.
Were authorities investigating these individuals, or
in one instance it was, and in the other instance it seemed to be.
I've got to go. I'll let Thomas.
No, I got to go too.
All right.
One last question for you, Congressman Khanna. Congressman Massey has called for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to face potentially some accountability for the connection that he has in these files. Do you support that call?
Absolutely. Look at what's happening in Britain. You have a left government. Actually, I know Keir Starmer. I was excited when he won. And yet I believe he needs to be held accountable with what's happened with Mendelssohn. You have the British monarchy having to answer questions. I mean, the King of England is putting out statements. And yet in our country, we have not had that reckoning. People in power, whether they're in government, whether they're in finance, whether they're in technology, if they have been implicated in the files in morally embarrassing ways and in ways that shock the conscience, should be held accountable. And it should be regardless of party.
So you're calling for Howard Lutnick to resign?
I believe that Lutnick, at the very least, needs to be brought before Congress. I think, based on the evidence, he should be out of the cabinet. But I mean, people say, "Oh, you're just a Democrat saying that." No, I mean, look at what he is, how much influence he had with Epstein, and he wasn't transparent about it. But again, it's not about Lutnick, and it's not about any particular person. In this country, we have to make a decision. Are we going to allow rich and powerful people who were friends and had no problem doing business and showing up with a pedophile who was raping underage girls, are we just going to allow them to skate? Or like other countries, are we going to have elite accountability and have accountability for the people who did that? Most Americans believe we need accountability.
Can you confirm that President Trump wasn't on this list?
No, I didn't see him on that.
Okay, so I wanted to play that for you. Now let's go full screen on the video from Nancy Guthrie's house. Just give me one moment and I'm going to get that video on the screen for you. Hang on. Give me a moment. I just need to get that video full screen. Okay, let me get the full screen video up right now. Thanks for your patience. Here's this. Here is, oopsie. There's that. Here it is. I think we got it. There. Okay, let's talk about what's going on. Okay, it's now 1 hour and 13 minutes until the 5 p.m. local time deadline that was reportedly in the ransom note, which reportedly threatened Nancy Guthrie's life if $6 million in Bitcoin was not paid by that time. There is no kind of reporting that there's been a ransom paid. TMZ reports that the Bitcoin address in the Bitcoin account specified in that ransom note has not yet received any payment. The family said on Saturday they were going to pay, but no word that they have paid. And Savannah Guthrie, about a couple hours ago, released a message saying they have no idea where their mother is and asking the public for help. I will play that message in a moment for people who haven't seen it. But you are looking live at Nancy Guthrie's residence. Let me just make sure I have this set up correctly here. I think this is maybe a little over here. Oopsie, hold on. Now I gotta, hold on. Let me just fix, I gotta fix this now. Now I gotta fix this. Oh, I see what happened, sorry. Got all small on me. Why is it doing that? There. Okay, we're going to take some of your comments on the air and turn the volume up a little bit on this so you can hear it. By the way, a quick thank you to, hang on a moment. A quick thank you to Sydney for the memberships, to NeoTrips, who said, NeoTrips says, please folks always buy the camera subscription. You never know when you might need it. Thanks also, Chocolate Angels. I appreciate it, Chocolate Angels. Let's take a second. Oh, let me just thank our mods while I have a second here. We have moderating Ruth on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth and Beth Mythical and Leslie Ladyhawk. And also our moderators on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I got that fired. Jay, Joanne, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, thank you so much. Thanks also Christy Claft and LT and Barry Eisler for subscribing over there. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderating on X. Just to show you a little full screen shot there of the scene at the house. One hour and 8 minutes. No, nobody is in custody right now for this. Police said yesterday there are no suspects, no persons of interest, and no identified vehicles. Livy says, watching live Bitcoin transfers, nothing significant being transferred. Some of our viewers are keeping an eye on Bitcoin transfers, and they haven't seen anything. What do we expect when the deadline is over, says one of our viewers. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if something will happen or not. Positive Tea Time thinks the ransom is a separate hoax and she didn't live through the night she was taken. There's the sheriff's vehicle. Remember, the sheriff is providing security at the house. That's presumably why they're there now. Our viewer Wayward says we're running out of ideas and time. Ted Limey, our viewer, thinks nothing will happen at the ransom deadline. Amra1 now thinks we won't hear, says, I don't think we will hear anything when the time is up. Wet Tim says, do we know if she's still alive? No, we don't know that. Atomic Farting says, maybe they will pay last minute. Drunk Can Cook says, whatever happened to We Will Pay, the video from 2 days ago? About an hour and 5 minutes now until the deadline. Maybe what I can do is for people who haven't seen it, I'm going to put on the screen the video from Savannah Guthrie. Hold on a second here. I gotta, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Here is the, let me change this here. Okay, I'm going to play this video. Oh, the sheriff's vehicle is leaving, but I think that maybe a shift change. Maybe they're doing a shift change with the sheriff's vehicle. Because I see another one there as well. Which thing is this? Oh, there is another, well, there's another sheriff's vehicle right there. Hold on. Before we go to the video, I want to see what's here. In a moment, I will replay the Savannah Guthrie video from today. Yeah, we see a new sheriff's vehicle pulling in. Oh, is it leaving? Or maybe it's just going to actually just park where the other one was. The sheriff's office is doing security at the house. All right, here is what Savannah Guthrie said, I think around 2 hours ago. Let me put that on the screen for you right now. Here is I'll lower the audio on the house video. Oh, hold on, I just gotta. I think it's queued up. Let's see if it's queued up.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
Either way, we see a sheriff's deputy on the property right now. Hold on a second. The sheriff's deputy is on the property. What's going on? The sheriff's deputy is he going to check the house or something? I think there's private security at the house, by the way. Maybe he'll talk to them. I don't know what's going on here. One of our viewers, Aaron, says he does those checks now and again. So maybe that's just a normal thing that's going on right now. Less than 1 hour until the ransom deadline. Less than 1 hour until the ransom deadline. Anna Banana says they do that every shift and they walk the property. So we just saw what appeared to be a shift change, so maybe that's what's going on. It sounds like that's what's going on here. It is currently 4 p.m. Arizona time. And in 1 hour is the ransom deadline. Less than 1 hour now. So you heard Savannah Guthrie in her video a couple hours ago ask the public for help, said they didn't know where their mother was, and asked the public for help, even if you're far away from Tucson. Reportedly, the ransom note threatened Nancy's life if the ransom was not paid by 5 p.m. Arizona time today. Two days ago, the family said they would pay, but as of right now, according to TMZ, no Bitcoin has been paid. I am not seeing any updates right at the moment about this case. But I'm looking. Thank you, Rhonda's Lovely Sparks, who thinks that, along with some other viewers, Rhonda's Lovely Sparks thinks that Nancy Guthrie may have passed away at her house. And that whoever wrote the notes has no proof of life. We don't know if there's ever been any proof of life given. There has not been a police press conference in days. Bama in Philippines says no proof of life, no payment. Core 54 says this case is all so confusing. Sons of Liberty thinks it was never about the money. I think we're hearing Brian Enton in the background. Sounds like we're hearing Brian Enton in the background.
Savannah is soliciting the public for info. It's a great question. Does law enforcement have strong, Savannah is soliciting the public for info? It's not likely. Desperation.
Oh.
Have something with Savannah, like, yo, we want the scoop. Tell us what's going on. Everybody wants to get that.
Okay, yeah, some of our viewers, I think Brian Enton was just on News Nation. Some of our viewers are saying that that is JLR talking. Sorry if I got that wrong. Sorry. The voice sounds kind of like Brian Enton. I believe there's a bunch of reporters out there. 53 minutes and 10 seconds. Lawnmower says, who did this to Nancy? One Day a Go-Go says, the whole entire thing is so unbelievably weird and murky. Hot Richard said this story is now on BBC in the UK. Telstar says we need a miracle.
JLR investigates who's on the ground out here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Massive media presence. There's more media today.
Let's see here.
Entire roads and blocks around here filled up with vehicles. I would say there's probably about 100 vehicles.
Yeah, by the way, Miss H mentions that TMZ said again about an hour ago that there's no money in the Bitcoin account that was specified in the ransom note. Scuds, our viewer, says it's a common tactic to ask for and use code words if somebody sends a ransom note. So Scuds thinks that some of the terms in the Guthrie family videos may be code words. I have no idea. Scuds thinks maybe hour of need is a code word. I guess the idea would be a code word to the captor. I have no idea. Some of our viewers have been talking about how long a Bitcoin transaction takes. CoinMarketCap says that the average confirmation time is around 10 minutes. But that can really vary. Some websites say up to 60 minutes. Google AI says typically around 10 to 60 minutes. Dockport says average time is 10 minutes. It can take a minute or 15 minutes. Wicked Code says I get mine within a minute. A couple of viewers have claimed they saw recent $6 million in Bitcoin transactions, but I don't know if these viewers are legit in saying this. I haven't heard it from a lot of viewers. I'll keep an eye out. Flexburger says you can't assume they just have 6 million in Bitcoin laying around. They would need to purchase it. They say it takes, Flexburger says it takes 3 to 5 days to purchase Bitcoin. I wasn't aware of that. Can't you just like go on the account and like on an exchange and deposit funds and then just purchase it that way? Couldn't you just buy it with funds? A lot of our viewers are saying it just takes a short amount of time. Also, they said that they said on Saturday, the family, they would pay. One of the viewers says it takes a short time to buy, but longer to clear and be withdrawable. Is she alive? We do not know. Hey guys, there is about 46 minutes, less than 46 minutes until the ransom note deadline for Nancy Guthrie. In a video a little earlier today, Savannah Guthrie, what did she call it? An hour of desperation? Hour of desperation, she said. She asked for the public's help. She said they don't know where she is. Oh, I was going to mention the TMZ report. Yeah, TMZ said that as of an hour ago, as of about an hour and 50 minutes ago, TMZ said that the Bitcoin account in the ransom note remains empty. Again, reportedly, the ransom note says threatens Nancy's life if the deadline is not met. By the way, thank you to Mary Keneally James and Larry Schaefer for your support on Facebook. Also, the One Calls on Twitch. I think I thanked them already. Hogpool says you honestly never know what is next. This is crazy. Let's hope at some point we can hear some positive news about Nancy Guthrie. $43. Sarah says, how are we going to find out what happens after the deadline? I mean, we'll just have to wait and see what comes out, you know? We haven't heard really anything significant from law enforcement in days. Michelle Asiavetti says it's been too long for Nancy to go without medication. To repeat, KGUN reported that the ransom note threatened Nancy's life if the deadline was missed. And they say they had, KGUN is a local news channel, local media outlet who has a copy of it. Okay, we are now at, right now, we are at 40 minutes right now. 40 minutes left until the deadline in the ransom note. Sheriff's deputy walking around there at the house. He's going to talk to somebody. I don't know what he's doing. Where did he go? Or maybe he's just walking around. Bobby Barnes, our viewer, says, I fear she has passed. Our viewer Belly Arms said, hang on. Yeah, our viewer Belly Arms pointed out that if you do the math, $6 million in Bitcoin would be about 85 Bitcoin. Now, what is this? What is this vehicle doing? I don't know. Is this another law enforcement? Is this a media vehicle? Maybe that's a media. I don't know if that's media or law enforcement. Well, going away from the house. Maybe it's a media vehicle. Lots of media there. Less than 38 minutes now until the 5 p.m. local deadline. The deadline is for the ransom to be paid. Our viewer Skirty Skirts says, I'm hoping the FBI and police know more than we think. Thank you, Andrew Schlegel and his daughter Octavia. Andrew says, Bitcoin takes me like 2 minutes. Takes like 2 minutes, he said. Takes like 2 minutes. It sometimes takes longer to transfer to others, but still minutes, not days. Thank you, Andrew. Also thanks to our member Carolyn McCauley. Rick says they are not going to pay anything without any proof she is alive. I am checking for updates. If I hear anything, if I see anything, I'll certainly let you know. We're reading your comments on the air. We're just about at 35 minutes until the ransom deadline. 35 minutes right now. Is it confirmed they have Nancy? We don't have any public confirmation that whoever is writing these notes has Nancy. PW360 said a former police officer on CNN said he sees signs, everything is shifting, no mention of the ransom letter, and the mood feels a bit different from the new video. Yeah, thanks, PW360. We mentioned how the new message today from Savannah Guthrie says nothing about the ransom. I'm going to play it again. And, you know, when I play this video once in a while, some people get very upset with me for replaying the video. And as I have said before, so I'm sorry if you've been watching the stream the whole time, and I really appreciate it if you have. But a lot of people are not watching the stream the whole time. A lot of people come in for a few minutes, they go out, they miss stuff. They want to get caught up. So every once in a while, I try to play the video because I think it's so important. It's the biggest thing that's happened today. So I'm sorry if you get upset by me replaying the video, but I'm not playing it every 2 seconds. You know, I try to play it once in a while for people who haven't seen it. And also people who have seen it might want to see it again because it's so important, and to remind them what was said in the video. They're having a little issue with their signal. Reuters, looks like Reuters, oh, they got it back. So let me put that up there and show you what Savannah Guthrie said today. Here is what Savannah Guthrie said today, just about 2 hours ago.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers, and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
So asking the public for help, even if you don't live near Tucson, saying they are at an hour of desperation. Very distressing and concerning to see that, of course. She's saying they don't know where she is. They don't know where Nancy is. Let me get the video back up here. Just about 30 minutes now left until the ransom note deadline. "30 minutes now, 30 minutes. Reportedly, that deadline threatens Nancy's life if the ransom is not paid by then. Our viewer, Michelle Lauzon, thinks Savannah knows more than she is saying. Very possible. Jane Jones says, what a nightmare for Savannah and her family, indeed. Horrible. Unthinkable. Thank you, P. Doob and Paper Chaser CEO. P. Doob, from my understanding, yes. The blockchain is public, so if it would show up publicly if somebody paid the ransom in Bitcoin. And TMZ has already said they know the Bitcoin wallet. So they can see what's going into the Bitcoin wallet, and TMZ has said today nothing has gone into that Bitcoin wallet. It was still empty, that Bitcoin account. As to how long it might show on the blockchain, I was just saying before, some websites I looked up said it, on average, it takes about 10 minutes for a Bitcoin transaction to complete. It can take less, it can take more. I don't regularly carry out Bitcoin transactions, but so I don't know exactly how long this could take. My understanding is that there's some variance. Could take faster, could take an hour. Did they pay the money? We again, nothing has been paid into the Bitcoin account in the ransom note, according to TMZ. And again, really just nothing new from law enforcement for days. For days. P-Dube says, does it show when Savannah buys it? Like, would it show once? Well, somebody could buy Bitcoin, but to know who bought it, you'd have to know what, like if Savannah Guthrie bought Bitcoin, you'd have to know what her Bitcoin account is. It won't, you don't see her, it's, if you don't know what account she's linked to, you don't know, people buy Bitcoin regularly. So I would assume somebody would need to know what account she is using to know that she bought Bitcoin. I don't know if the family has been buying Bitcoin the last several days. It's a good question. The sheriff posted, hold on a moment here, hold on. I don't see anything from the sheriff's account. I see nothing new on the sheriff's account. That's Pima County Sheriff. I don't see anything new on this account. There is nothing new on the X account from the sheriff, just to be clear. On Facebook? Hold on. Hold on. I looked at Facebook. There's nothing new on Facebook. Here's the account. Pima County Sheriff's Department. The last post was 3:20 p.m. yesterday. Hang on. Maybe there's something posted somewhere else. But I just checked the Facebook account and the X account, and there's nothing there. Oh, one of our viewers, Jack Joanides, said there's a new press release. Jack Joanides sent me a post from Ashley Holden, who said there's a new press release from Pima County Sheriff's Department, but it really doesn't say much. So I will read that to you in a second. It's weird though. Yeah, Stephen Bognar posted it too. I'm going to read that to you. So there's been a new update posted from the Sheriff's Department, but again, it's not. Doesn't appear to be like a really big new news. I'm guessing they'll post it on their social media shortly. So this is what they said. Stephen Bognar from NBC News New York posted this. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says, we do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. Okay? I'm reading you their latest update, the Sheriff's Department. We do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. The investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance remains active and ongoing. We understand the significant public interest in this case. However, investigators need time and space to do their work. If and when relevant information becomes available, it will be shared. There are no press briefings scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting one-on-one interviews and remains the sole department spokesperson. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called and you will be notified by email and our X account. Email because it's reporters who are on the list. I tried to get on the list, but they didn't put me on it, I guess. Investigation. The Sheriff's Department also says many of you observed an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residences over the weekend. That activity will continue tonight and into tomorrow as part of the ongoing investigative process, including the expansion of the search and follow-up on new leads. This is all part of the investigative process as the search for Nancy expands and new leads come in. To preserve the integrity of this criminal investigation, details of that process are not being released at this time. The FBI is handling all aspects related to any ransom notes or communications involving the Guthrie family. Any inquiries regarding this matter should be directed to the FBI Public Affairs Office. And they gave a tip line. Anyone who believes they have information that may assist investigators is asked to contact 1-800-CALL-FBI, the PSCSD non-emergency line at 520-351-4900 or 88-CRIME. So again, basically no update. No big new details from the Sheriff's Department. They did say that activity at the Guthrie residences will continue tonight and into tomorrow as part of the ongoing investigative process. Less than 20 minutes now until the ransom deadline, which according to KGUN, that deadline threatened Nancy's life unless if $6 million was not paid by the deadline. And TMZ had said that the deadline, that $6 million, the ransom was supposed to be paid in Bitcoin. We're about at 19 minutes left. Was the ransom paid? There is no reporting that the ransom is paid, and the Bitcoin account that was in the ransom note is empty. Wow, less than 18 minutes now until the ransom deadline. Yes, TMZ knows the Bitcoin account because they were sent the original ransom note. Thank you, Bobby Swain, our member, Red Tail Nutty, and Mystic Light. Mystic Light says, Savannah spoke directly to the kidnappers previously, but right before, in the videos you're saying, but right before the deadline, she only makes pleas to the public. Yeah, that was an interesting part of her message today. It was not directed at the kidnappers or kidnapper. Give me one moment here. We now are less than 16 minutes until the ransom deadline. The FBI said today, additional personnel from FBI field offices across the country will continue to deploy to Tucson. We are currently operating a 24-hour command post that includes crisis management experts, analytic support, and investigative teams. That is according to NBC News. They say that is an FBI statement from today. We are now at 15 minutes until less than 15 minutes until the deadline for the ransom. Because I know some people haven't seen it, I am going to replay over 2 hours ago. A few hours ago, Savannah Guthrie posted a video asking the public for help. No mention of the ransom in her video, just asking the public for help. Here is what Savannah Guthrie said, I think about 2.5 or 3 hours ago.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
That was Savannah Guthrie this afternoon saying, we are out an hour of desperation, asking the public for help. Very distressing to see that. And there is the live shot of the Nancy Guthrie residence. We are at, right now, 12 minutes. Less than 12 minutes until the ransom deadline. Reportedly, the ransom note said it threatened Nancy's life if the ransom was not paid by the deadline. There is no sign at this point that the ransom has been paid. The family did say 2 days ago they would pay. No mention of that in today's video, which is, as a number of our viewers pointed out, it's a bit confusing. I mean, because if they said they were going to pay 2 days ago, why did they not mention the ransom? Why did she not mention the ransom today? Reportedly, $6 million in Bitcoin asked for. Brittany baby girl thinks they changed the script. You mean the kidnapper or kidnappers? Mari Fabi thinks they didn't pay because the people who wrote the ransom note don't have her. Hang on a moment here. Ten minutes. We now have 10 minutes until the deadline. 10 minutes. Will there be any other message publicly sent out by the same person or people who sent the first two messages? Don't know. Debbie Holman says maybe the family did not get proof of life. Nicole Kuzmano says, did the family ever get proof of life? By the way, thank you to our moderators here. Beth Mythical is here. Ruth is here. Leslie Ladyhawk is here. I really appreciate our moderators. We also have moderating Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, J. Joanne, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Sarah. Thank you. Also, thank you, Stack Rouse on Twitch for subscribing. Also on Facebook, our moderators there, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, and Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. Seven minutes and 40 seconds now until the deadline in the ransom note. Any new news? There's been no kind of major updates today, except for Savannah Guthrie asking the public for help in her video, saying it's an hour of desperation, they don't know where she is, asking the public for help. That's really the only big news today. Well, also TMZ saying there's no Bitcoin that's been deposited in the Bitcoin account mentioned in the ransom note. A lot of viewers wondering if they've paid. There's no reporting or no evidence suggesting that they have paid. We are now at, right now, six minutes until the ransom deadline. I read the new statement from the sheriff about 15 minutes ago. It does not give any kind of significant new information. The sheriff said we do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. It said no press briefings are scheduled. We are now at 5 minutes until the deadline. Nothing else has been posted on the Savannah Guthrie Instagram page. New update from the Sheriff's Department. Are you ready for the... Oh, they just posted their statement. Oh, but they also said investigators have not identified any suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles. So literally 2 minutes ago, the Sheriff's Department just posted, investigators have not identified any suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles connected to Nancy Guthrie. And 5 minutes ago, they said there are no briefings scheduled. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called and media will be notified. So they're right before the deadline. The Sheriff's Department posts there are no press briefings scheduled and investigators have not identified any suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles connected to Nancy Guthrie. So that's the update from the Sheriff's Department 5 minutes before the deadline. It's actually 3 minutes right now, but it was posted 2 minutes ago. Less than 3 minutes. Now, I'm not necessarily expecting anything to anyone. I don't know that we'll hear anyone say anything about at the deadline or something. I don't know. But it does seem significant that we will reach that point in time. Again, it has been reported by KGUN that the ransom note threatened Nancy's life if the deadline was not met. One of our viewers, Zach, said, need to hear from FBI. FBI very, hold on a second here. FBI very brief statement. No real new information from them today. 2 minutes until the deadline. And a reminder, 4 minutes ago, Pima County Sheriff's Department says there are no suspects, no persons of interest, no vehicles identified connected to Nancy Guthrie. We are just about at 1 minute here. 1 minute until the 5 p.m. local time deadline given in the ransom note that reportedly threatened Nancy Guthrie's life if the $6 million Bitcoin ransom was not paid. I have not seen any reporting to suggest the ransom was paid, but I cannot confirm that for you. $30 now. We are at the final seconds until the ransom deadline expires. Now 20 seconds. Ten seconds now. Breaking news, the ransom deadline has now expired. The ransom deadline has now expired. Again, the ransom deadline in the ransom note, which said 5 p.m. according to KGUN 9, and threatened Nancy's life if the ransom was not paid, that ransom has now, the deadline has now expired. What happens next, I don't know. It's not 100% certain that whoever wrote the ransom note really did have Nancy. We don't know that for sure. And just minutes ago, the Pima County Sheriff's Department said investigators have no suspects, no persons of interest identified, and no vehicles identified connected to Nancy Guthrie. Just terrible. Oops, sorry. Trying to get, let me fix that. I don't want that to keep happening. Give me a moment here. I gotta fix that so that doesn't do that every time. I don't know who the other person being talked to there was. Well, let me get rid of the clock. Clock is counting up. Songbird says, maybe the family paid another way. Police is there providing protection, providing security at the residence. So I don't think the police is going to leave. My assumption is that if this car leaves, another one will come in. We saw that happen earlier. Let me take some comments from you guys as the ransom deadline has expired. Silent Hero, our viewer, says it really is terrible. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda believes there's a game going on between law enforcement and the suspects. Law enforcement is not ever going to show the cards they truly have, thinks Crazy Yoda, to keep the suspects guessing. You might be right, Crazy Yoda. We don't know. Thank you, Mrs. Ed 3 for being a member, and Express Investing, and Wyatt B97, and Ursula Anderson, and Boston Brat. Cherry Cola says, this poor family. Here again is what the Sheriff's Department posted a few minutes ago. Hold on, I'll show you in a second here. Get rid of that. You can see that is from the Sheriff's Department. Investigators have not identified any suspects, any persons of interest, or any vehicles connected to Nancy Guthrie. Then they give tip lines. There are no press briefings scheduled at this time regarding Nancy Guthrie. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called and media will be notified. Dana says, what were they looking for in the septic tank where they appeared to be searching yesterday? That I do not know. With this deadline having expired, will there be any more communication from whoever sent the first two messages? The ransom note and the other one. I have no idea. Our viewer Illegal says there are so many press reporters there. Jamillion says, thought they were going to pay. They said a couple days ago they were going to pay. They said, we will pay. Don't know how things ended up playing out with that, but didn't sound like, from what Savannah Guthrie said today, that she didn't say anything about paying. U.S. Rights and Freedoms thinks the ransom note was fake. Breaking update. We have a new statement from the FBI. I'm going to read this to you. Mary Coleman of KOLD says they just got a statement from the FBI. The FBI says, again, this is via Mary Coleman of KOLD. The FBI says, for more than a week, FBI agents, analysts, and professional staff have worked around the clock to reunite Nancy Guthrie with her family. The FBI is not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers, and nor have we identified a suspect or person of interest in this case at this time. Additional personnel from FBI field offices across the nation continue to deploy to Tucson. We are currently operating a 24-hour command post that includes crisis management experts, analytic support, and investigative teams, but we still need the public's help. Someone has that one piece of information that can help us bring Nancy home. We need that person to share what they know. Please call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Wow. So again, the FBI has released a statement saying that the FBI is not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers, nor have we identified a suspect or person of interest in this case at this time. Also, later in the statement, the FBI says, someone has that one piece of information that can help us bring Nancy home. We need that person to share what they know. Please call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. So at least publicly, the FBI and the Sheriff's Department saying they have no suspects, no persons of interest, and the FBI saying they are not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers. Wow. The FBI releasing that statement right around the deadline time, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department released their statement right around the deadline time as well. One of our viewers says, I think they hired a private firm to handle this. I don't know if the family, I was wondering if the family might have hired someone to advise them on the whole ransom thing. But maybe they have hired their own security. I don't know. Or own investigators. That's a good question. I do not know. I mean, the FBI and police are certainly putting a lot of resources into this, it seems. Ma Florida says, I still think she walked off on her own. Piera says, if the son-in-law was involved, what a waste of resources. Again, FBI and Pima County Sheriff say they have no suspects, no persons of interest at this moment. She has been missing for about 8 days. For those who have not seen it, I know some of you have seen it, but some of you have not seen it. For those who have not seen it, here is what Savannah Guthrie said a few hours ago on her Instagram. This is from a few hours ago as the deadline was counting down.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation. And we need your help.
Sorry about that.
Hi there, everybody.
Sorry, I'm just pausing that. And sorry, I cut it off right at the end accidentally. She said the last thing she said is, "And we need your help." That is, again, she mentioned in her video, Savannah Guthrie today. That was a few hours ago. There was nothing about paying a ransom. There was nothing, no reference to the fact that 2 days ago, her and her siblings said, we will pay. And asking the public for their help. Cynthia Hively says the entire thing is so odd. We just don't know what exactly is going on here. But the thing we do know is that Nancy Guthrie has now been missing for around 8 days. Horrible. TMZ is still reporting that there is no money in the Bitcoin account specified in the ransom note. And I believe Harvey Levin of TMZ was just on CNN saying this. Yeah, the headline right now on CNN says TMZ reports that the Bitcoin account that the ransom is supposed to be sent to has no money in it. And TMZ has the ransom note, so they know the account. Yeah, TMZ knows what the account is. If you know what the account is, you can look it up. In case you missed it a few minutes ago, the FBI did say that they are not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers. And both the Pima County Sheriff and FBI said there are no suspects and no persons of interest. Lewis 2 says if they are keeping it quiet, could be a different account was sent to them to deposit the money. It's a fair point. We don't know. Now the FBI says there haven't been, but we don't know for sure if there's been any other information, any other notes sent to the family. Time Lapse says feds know a lot more than we do while asking public for help. Now, I just have to grab a little more water here. So give me a moment. I'm just going to get a little more water. Turn the volume up. Give me about 15 seconds or so. So are we just going to hear like nothing? Could there be, now that this deadline has passed, could there be another note sent out by whoever sent the first two notes? Thank you to Candy Hartigan, our member, and also Granite Man. Granite Man says, not surprised if family involved or serial killer. Thank you, Artemis768 and Hypno Llama. Hypno Llama thinks it should be a felony to pay a kidnapper. It promotes more kidnapping and gives money to criminal enterprises. Thank you to Herr Sharfy and Stack Rouse on Twitch. Unbelievable. Again, FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department both saying right around the time of the deadline they have no suspects, no persons of interest, and the FBI said they're not aware of any further communication between the family and the kidnappers. There is no evidence suggesting the family has paid the ransom. The Bitcoin account in the ransom note mentioned is empty. Remember also that the night she went missing, the front doorbell camera was removed. It's not there. Police do not have the front doorbell camera. It was removed that night. I know it's a very different story, but this story a little bit is reminding me of the missing plane from years ago that I believe was never found. It was that plane, Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. And the reason I say that is I remember following that story and thinking, well, oops, hold on a second. We might have lost the shot there. We'll see. Let me finish my point and then I'll check on the video. My point is, with that Malaysia Airlines flight story, I kept thinking, well, surely very soon we'll hear something. Surely they'll find the plane. Surely we're going to get an update. And we'll find out what happened. And if I remember right, I don't think the plane's ever been found. Am I wrong? Let's see here. And so, and I feel similar because I always, with this story, I feel like, oh, they're going to find her, or there'll be some big new break in the case, and there just hasn't been. Were there parts that washed ashore? Yeah, I'm just looking up the Malaysia thing. Trying to remember. So Wikipedia says about this, hold on a second, they say about the Flight 370, the cause of its disappearance has not been determined. Anyways, that was back in 2014. There was searches for years. Oh, marine debris. There have been pieces believed to be from the plane recovered from beaches. It says that here in the Wikipedia article. Anyways, I don't want to get all caught up on MH370. My point was just that it reminded me of that because I kept thinking, well, surely very soon we're going to get a lot more information. And I'm so surprised that even now, there's been so little information if you take what law enforcement says at face value. They say they have no suspect, no person of interest. Clearly, she has not been found. Oh, I got to get the clock, rid of the clock. So we'll take some more comments from you guys. I think Reuters ended their feed from the location. I have access to another feed from the house. That feed is going to end. That feed will end. Hold on. What is GMT now? Is this other feed available? Let me just see if this other feed is available. And for how long? Oh, no, so AP is ending their feed. AP just ended their feed. Reuters just ended their feed. Just so you know. I think a bunch of these news agencies they're showing it until the deadline passed. Also, at some point it'll get dark there. But let me take some. Yeah, you can go to. I think is JLR still streaming. You can go to his stream if you want to watch his feed. Again, there's. I have no reporting that anything is actually going on significant at the house right now. To remind you, though, the sheriff's department did say there will be activity at the Guthrie residences tonight and tomorrow. So the statement that the Pima County Sheriff put out today said, many of you observed an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residences, Nancy's house and Annie's house, over the weekend. That activity will continue tonight and into tomorrow as part of the ongoing investigative process, including the expansion of the search and follow-up on new leads. Okay? So, there are supposed to be law enforcement going to both Guthrie residences tonight and into tomorrow. They've already said that's going to happen. So don't be surprised if you see that. Let me take some more comments from you guys on this. Bunny Girl says it's only 8 days. I don't think it's a cold case. Darth Pronator thinks the ransom is a small amount given what he believes that Savannah makes. I don't know that if the ransom has not been paid, which we don't have any reporting suggesting it's been paid, if it's not been paid, that doesn't mean that they felt like they couldn't afford it. It's possible that they had doubts that about the person asking for the ransom, for example. Maybe they thought the person hadn't shown them enough proof. Or who knows? Savannah Guthrie did say we believe our mom is still out there, but at the same time, I mean, she said that it was an hour of desperation. She didn't suggest there was any evidence they had received that her mom, they know that about their mom. Sydney says, I believe it will be a cold case. CC says, thinks this is about revenge. Bunny Girl says, hopefully it will be resolved sooner than later. And just a quick reminder here, want to remind people of this. Oops, give me a moment. If I can pull this up here. Remember what President Trump said on Saturday. This was another reason I thought we would have more information by now. Here is what President Trump said on Saturday, 2 days ago. Here is President Trump on Saturday.
Really bad.
Mr.
President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now...
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
suspect.
Yeah, could be definitive.
When do you expect us to hear?
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
Mr. President, at the very least, do you condemn the racist parts of the video?
Of course I do.
So, by the way, I have a cough drop right now that I'm using because I've been a bit under the weather for a few days. I'm getting better, but I didn't want to be coughing. So excuse my having a cough drop. But yeah, so, I mean, when I heard that, I thought, well, it sounds like things are progressing. That was Saturday. Yeah, he said that the investigation was going very well. Oh, one of our viewer mentioned a helicopter. Hold on. Let me check. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't see a helicopter on Flight Radar 24. I'll check ADS-B Exchange. Actually, you can't see it. You'll see it in a second. That's Flight Radar 24 coming up. There's Catalina Foothills right there. So I don't see a helicopter. That's just an Air Force plane that's flying by. Excuse me. Let me check ADS-B Exchange. I don't see anything on ADS-B Exchange either. This is adsbexchange.com. adsbexchange.com. And I don't see any kind of... Oh, hold on. What is this? Well, it says, oh, that's on the ground. That helicopter's on the ground. Now, there might be a helicopter up that's not on the flight trackers, but I don't see anything on either of those flight trackers. Hey, Bill Malugin said something. Fox News reporter Bill Malugin. I wanted to show you what Bill had to say. I follow Bill. He is at Bill Malugin _. Bill says, really hoping this is one of those cases where law enforcement has a whole lot more than they're releasing to the public, and there's a lot more of strategy going on behind the scenes. It's very possible here. Otherwise, these daily updates of We Have Nothing are quite bleak. The last press conference was Thursday, I think. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned this plane here. This is a plane. Why am I not just getting... We don't know what kind of plane this is, but this is a plane. Looks like there's an Air Force base right there. That a couple of our viewers mentioned. So the plane, it's a plane that went up. I don't know that this plane is doing any searching at all. I mean, it went up and went back. It might just be regular Air Force training flight or whatever it is. I don't know that it has anything to do with the search. I don't know, but right now it kind of went up. There's Catalina Foothills. Went up here and turned around and came back. But if you missed it, the deadline that the ransom note gave for payment of the ransom for Nancy Guthrie that reportedly said it threatened her life if it wasn't paid. That deadline expired 43 minutes ago. Yes, it was local time. It was 5 p.m. local time. Our viewer, Cal Folsom, says, this will drag out. I am afraid for the woman. S. Shoemaker thinks the case has gone cold. Wendy Stark Parkhurst says, so the money wasn't paid and now what? We don't know that it wasn't paid, but we see no sign it was paid. Tams says, I'm starting to believe she was never taken or else these folks are super smart. Astro Drive says, did authorities do a ground search in the mountains? Spud Benser says, they are 100% not going to release any statement about if they have a suspect. If they do, the kidnappers might just kill the hostage. They will only release info if they already know she is dead. Dinar says, I think they're trying to flush him out. It is unreal. Someone took her from her place. The front door camera was removed. And it's 8 days later. And she hasn't been found. And a ransom note was sent asking for $6 million in Bitcoin. Unbelievable. Just terrible for the family, obviously. Really unthinkable. She's 84 years old, an 84-year-old grandmother. Charm Accent says, terrible for the family. Thanks to our members Candy Hartigan and She Dares the Devil. Trevor says, I honestly think she might have wandered off from the home. But then why? It wouldn't make sense if she wandered off from the home. why would the front door camera not be there? I mean, I guess in theory she could have removed it, but again, both law enforcement and the family say they believe she was taken. Also, she couldn't walk more than 50 yards. Let's not forget about that. She couldn't walk more than 50 yards, according to the family. The sheriff had said she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself. I don't even know, like, what's going to come next in this case. I mean, because now this ransom deadline has expired. But one thing I am looking for is, remember, there was an initial ransom note. There was an initial deadline for last Thursday. And TMZ's Harvey Levin, who has seen that note, said that that first deadline changed the terms of the deal. Changed the demands, he said. I don't know exactly what that means. But somehow that first deadline changed the demands. Like if you didn't something changed if you didn't meet that deadline. And then he said the second deadline was much more consequential. Reportedly, the second deadline was threatened to her life. But remember, after that first deadline passed, the next day, there was another note that reportedly, I think only KOLD got that one, but reportedly it was similar to the first note and it had information designed to show it was written by the same person. So now that the second deadline has passed, that's something I'm looking for, is will there be another note from whoever wrote the first two notes? Pete Finn says, has to be a vehicle involved. Nothing from anyone's camera in the whole area? Weird. Oh, hold on a second here. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of helicopters on ADSB Exchange right now, but I mean, this one took off from the Tucson area and is flying all the way here. It's not in Catalina Foothills, which is up here. This one, I mean, is down here, so that's not near Catalina Foothills. Look, in theory, there could be search activity going on wherever with aircraft, but we're not seeing at the moment. We're not seeing at the moment. Anything flying over the Catalina Foothills area. Actually, this one, well, what is this helicopter? This is looks like it took off, went over here, and then came back. But I'll see if I can show you that on Flight Radar 24. It is not on Flight Radar 24. I only see it on ADSB Exchange. Ma Florida thinks that the other helicopter was a medical helicopter. I'm not sure. Oh, Care Flight, yes. The helicopter here, it says Care Flight, which I'm assuming means medical helicopter. That is from ADSB Exchange. Yes, Tri-State Care Flight is a medical transport service. There are no press conferences scheduled. Melissa Smith Katuri says, "This is breaking my heart." Catherine Gold says, "Whoever kidnapped her has to take care of her." Soccer fan Machado says, "Something doesn't add up about this." By the way, thanks to our subscribers over on Twitch like CC and J. Joanid, Wall Street Shaggy, Tsatsiki, Ma Florida, Ruby Sandwich, J. Joanid, Sharking Lee. Excuse me. My Mind Spray. Thanks. I saw also Rob Peasy, who thinks it's a lost cause. Astro Drive thinks that inside there's more blood. Astro Drive points out that when police initially went there, they had the homicide detectives there when she went missing. We don't know if there's more blood inside. Remember, there could be all kinds of information about the crime scene that we don't know, that police have. The other thing is that I don't even see any kind of reporting from different media outlets. It's not like leaks are coming out about this. I mean, I don't know about this. Maybe a reason to think that police don't have much more information is that if they did, leaks would come out? I don't know. Maybe not. Michelle Donahue thinks that maybe she passed away early on, but then whoever took her hid the body hoping the family would pay. I mean, there's all kinds of options here, but let's hope she's still alive. It's been a long time. 8 days. One of our viewers said, "Introvert mom, I feel like there would be more leaks and rumors. There's nothing." And we'll have to see, I mean, we'll have to keep an eye on what the Guthrie family posts. Thank you, Melissa Level, who thinks Bitcoin is a distraction and the ransom was paid in cash. That's what Melissa thinks. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Crygo says, say the mom has a favorite food. They should be looking at every order of that food over the past week to come up with something. They have so many people on this. Sooner or later, they'll find something. That's what Crygo says. Thank you, Crygo. Thank you also. I just lost the game. I believe at one point I heard someone on TV suggest, well, maybe the kidnapper or kidnappers got the same medication for her that she was taking at home, in which case police would try to figure out who ordered that medication at pharmacies recently. Thanks, I am Charlie as well, who says prayers for Nancy and her family. But really, at this point, we're just hearing basically nothing from law enforcement. Our viewer CAC813 says this whole case is odd, very unfortunate for all involved. Between Nancy and Nancy's house is about 4 miles. Tammy said it was that way with Gabby Petito. Gabby Petito, how many days was she missing? That was a terrible case. But I mean, I feel like it wasn't as long as this, but maybe I'm just wrong. Because, anyway, I don't want to get all into the details of it, but well, she disappeared on, and actually it was a while. She disappeared on August 27th, says Wikipedia. And then, yeah, she wasn't found until September 19th. Yeah, so it was several weeks. Anyways, I don't want to get too off topic, but there was the whole thing where, you know, Brian Laundrie had come home by himself, not with her and all that. With this case, it's like, as far as the law enforcement is saying, they don't have a person of interest or a suspect. Astro Drive, our viewer, says, almost like a waiting game to see if the supposed ransomer reaches back out to the media, I guess. Joseph says, what about the Idaho murders? Public was upset because nothing was happening. Then suddenly they announced they had Kohberger. Entirely possible at some point out of the blue we'll hear some announcement from law enforcement that they have a suspect or they've arrested something or found her or something. Our viewer Logan Newbert says there's a group on Facebook saying that on the scanner they're talking about a possible suspect and an elderly woman for a Circle K? Well, I mean, about a week ago, I believe, it was reported that police had visited a Circle K because they were looking into a vehicle. But just today, the sheriff's department said they have no vehicle. I don't know what scanner you're talking about. I mean, I haven't seen anyone else mention this. Every time I've tried listening to local scanners about this, I haven't heard anything. As I've said, it's possible that at some point you could hear something on the scanner if it just came up. You're not going to hear on the scanner the day-to-day about this particular search. But for example, if there was like a police chase, you'd probably hear something about that. Someone said on Facebook. Where on Facebook is this post? I haven't seen it. Someone can send it to me. Hang on a moment here. David Lombard said a helicopter that was near there before was a military helicopter, and JLR filmed it earlier. Thank you, by the way, to Logan Newbert. Yeah, I don't know what Facebook page that's supposed to be that you mentioned. Hang on. There's people listening to Oro Police and Pima County Sheriff feed. I can see what people are saying on the feed.
Kilo 350, Kilo 115. Go ahead. Yeah, when you're able to, can you just advise the juvenile is still there at the house?
Oh, and then there's also
not at the house. I'm trying to get the most recent picture and send it.
There's also one for Tucson Police Dispatch.
Kilo 115, I copy break. Fox 2347, Kilo 115. Can you check some nearby parks? The last time that she left the house, she was located at a nearby one.
I don't know what they're talking about on that scanner. Tucson Police Scanner?
Kilo 271, just for 43, there's a recent photo under her name number. That's from this year.
323 trespass at 6780
Yeah, I have
the Dollar General.
I have right now a scanner on from Tucson and also from Pima County.
Check it, room service.
So far, I haven't heard anything about this. I'll give it a couple minutes. But.
Mercy 7, go ahead.
Can you start making loss transfer, please?
Engine 45, and Medic 5, injured person, 2425, North Santarita Avenue, Unit 4, 2400 North and 1200
Yeah, I don't know.
Respond on 83 North.
So, I see on scanner radio, it says active event abduction, but I don't know what that's referring to.
916, sick person, 5931.
On scanner radio, for both Tucson and Pima County scanner, it says active event abduction. But I mean, is that just they're saying it's active because it's this? Is there something new that caused them to say that, or did they just have it posted because in general there's this abduction search going on?
What was she last thing wearing?
Kilo 105 for call text, so light blue shirt over light wash jeans.
Again, you're going to be hearing all kinds of stuff because it's an area scanner.
She was last seen wearing the blue polo shirt and blue pants uniform out on the trail.
And it could be somebody who it could be just something not related to this.
Engine 5, injured person, 2425, North Santarita Avenue, Unit 4, 2400 North and 1200 East. Respond on 83 North.
Yeah, there could be somebody else who is believed to have been abducted.
I'm just for suspicion to 1182.
A couple of our viewers claim it's a different abduction.
That photograph that I sent in the telegram is from yesterday.
Holly Pulaski says a Facebook group, it was said they heard on a scanner that an elderly woman. Sorry, this is just why this is like endless. It's going to be all of this stuff, and it's just like Holly Pulaski said it was in a Facebook group. They heard on the scanner that an elderly woman with head trauma was at the Circle K. Does anybody have the Facebook group? Was this recently? Was this 10 hours ago? I don't know where this Facebook group thing was posted.
South 21, got him.
Victor Adanora Young, Mayor 00. Yes, 633. 10th Avenue, 23.
And then the last two characters.
Somebody at 0 Ocean, 206.
1811.
Can be able to transport.
Check what I said.
Jen mentioned to me that apparently there was another U.S. strike on a ship, on a boat.
Fox 247 will be 1058 here at the park.
Coming back, I ran a
on the main road, March every day.
Another U.S. strike on a suspected
Victor
drug
Ida
boat.
Nora, Young, Mary, 00.
As you can see, another U.S. strike on a suspected drug boat. 2 narco-terrorists alleged were killed and 1 survived the strike.
Can I get up to 911?
796, go ahead.
Last name Martin, common spelling, first name Levi.
So did you get any returns on that?
10-4 is coming back to the Toyota Scion, is that correct?
10-4. Thank you.
Continuing.
All right, look. So I'm not hearing anything on the scanners right now about this supposed incident. Some of our viewers said they heard on Facebook about some kind of report of an elderly woman with a head wound at a Circle K in Arizona. I don't know where this came from. In theory, it could be related. I just was playing the scanners. I didn't hear anything on it. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. Does anyone want to give me that? People say there's a Facebook chat. Does anyone maybe want to say what the name of the Facebook group is? I was just trying to see what they said. Some of our viewers said they saw it in a Facebook group. I don't know what group it is, so I can't check it. You know, there's more than one Facebook group, just to be clear. Oh, Logan posted it. Okay. It's a group called Missing Nancy Guthrie Discussion and Updates, Logan said. Thank you, Logan. And where is this post? Let's see. Yeah, it has like 69,000 members. Now let me see if I can find the post in Missing Nancy Guthrie Discussions and Updates group that people are talking about. Someone posted something somewhere. I don't even think it was from somebody in the screenshot posted a screenshot of someone posting somewhere, I don't know where, claiming that on police scanner there was an elderly female near Circle K found with a traumatic head wound. It doesn't say where, it doesn't say on what scanner, it doesn't say on what group. I just had the scanner on. I wasn't hearing anything about it. Yeah, somebody sent it. That's just the post I was looking at. So I saw the post in the group. Yeah, Kimberly sent it to me as well. But again, I have, in theory, could it be something about her? Sure. But I was just listening to this. I'll put it on for a couple more minutes, but
we're going to be clearing 6-4. This will be a TP issue if they call back.
It's going to be last of Varela, Victor, Adam, Robert, Edward, Lincoln, Adam, first of Jose, 1022 of 66. Unknown man.
1817.
I'll listen for a couple minutes, and then after that,
4.
I will.
That subject comes back to an Oscar Esquer Avila, date of birth 3/3 of 1992. He's negative for 9 with prior contact, so if it's trespassing, but not under 20. His 47 shows him 5'6", 150, black over brown, last 4, 0420, ID card only. 1817.
Yeah, I don't know why they would take her to a Circle K, but who knows, you know.
123, copy 102. Go ahead. 070.
Jared says it could be anyone.
It's going to be negative right now. Prior contact 58225, black and brown.
Thank you so much.
1818.
All right, well, look. I am not really hearing anything on the scanner at the moment.
4-4, you go 4.
Right.
I'm good for.
I have 2 scanners on. I'm not hearing anything about this at the moment. So what I'm going to do is this. I appreciate people letting me know about that. I'll keep an eye out. Oh, hey, Christina says, I listened to the scanner archives. It was a 60-year-old woman with a head injury slumped over the wheel of her car at a Circle K. That's what Christina McAuliffe says. I mean, if that's what the report is, then it's almost certainly not Nancy Guthrie. Anyways, I'll be keeping an eye out for things. But look, we've been on for a while here, and honestly, I need to take a break and eat something, and I don't really have any big updates to give you at the moment. Sadly, I wish I did. It's terrible. We haven't gotten new information about what happened to Nancy Guthrie in days. And law enforcement says no suspects, no persons of interest, no vehicles identified. So I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on this, and if I have big information, or if there's big developments, I can come on the air and do another stream. But for now, what we know is that the ransom deadline has expired, which reportedly threatened Nancy's life if the ransom was not paid. TMZ says that there's no Bitcoin in the Bitcoin address that the ransom note specified for the ransom to be paid. And Savannah Guthrie today, several hours ago, released a statement saying it was an hour of desperation, asking for the public's help, even if you don't live near Tucson. If you see something, let law enforcement know. And Savannah Guthrie said they don't know where their mother is. So we have really little information right now. But I am going to keep an eye on everything, and if there are big developments, we will do another stream. That's how we've been covering this. So it's certainly awful for the family. It's a very disturbing case. It's crazy that, when you think about what has happened, what's being reported about what happened, that this has happened. And so I hope that maybe she can be found alive, hopefully, and she can be returned. That would be the best thing. And hopefully law enforcement can figure out who did this. But if you missed it, I'm not going to play the video again, but we played it a bunch of times earlier. And I reposted it on my S account, her video. So I'm going to start wrapping up this stream right now. But again, If there is big developments, I'll let you know. Keep in mind, the police did say in their announcement today, Pima County Sheriff said, there would be law enforcement activity tonight into tomorrow at both Guthrie residences, Nancy Guthrie's house and Annie Guthrie's house. So if you hear that police tonight are at Nancy Guthrie's house, or that police are at Annie Guthrie's house, you shouldn't think necessarily there's some huge break in the case, because police have already said, about an hour or two ago, they said, we're going to have police at these houses tonight doing investigative stuff as we continue the investigation, as we explore new leads. So I would expect to hear police are at those two houses tonight. But I will keep an eye out for updates. Okay? And certainly if you hear about stuff, I really appreciate people reaching out with the thing about the scanner and other updates and things you're hearing. So if you're hearing about stuff, you can, when I'm not on the air, you can write to me on X @Lookner and let me know. And I'll be keeping an eye on it. I wish we had more to tell you right now. As I said, one thing I am really looking for is, will there be another note now that this deadline has passed? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if tonight or tomorrow there is another note, but maybe there won't be. Eddie says, how could they not have anything? Well, as our viewers, some viewers have said, it's very possible police have more than they're letting on. I definitely have more than they're letting on, but maybe they have a bunch more. Anyways, well, I do really appreciate people being here for the coverage, and letting me read. We read a lot of your comments today, so I appreciate your comments and questions, and I'll keep covering this. I'll keep an eye on it. When there's big news, we'll come back on the air. But if you want, you can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there if you'd like, @Lookner on X. I don't need this on here. Hold on. And I would suggest turn on notifications for the channel. I never know when something big in news is going to happen with this story or some other story. If you want to know when we're going live, if you don't want to miss a stream, we have a notifications system here that's free that we have created, where you can sign up once and get sent notifications whenever we go live. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also sign up for the free. The link to the free notifications is on Facebook and YouTube in the description of this video. So sign up for the notifications, and for those of you on X, another really good way to get the notifications, get notified is I always post on X before we go live. So @Agenda Free TV on X, you can follow over there. By the way, quick thanks to Sausage419, Raspy Yeti. Raspy Yeti says you don't take a door camera unless you know it's the only copy of evidence. Thank you, Raspy Yeti. Also, Bria Dublin and Jessica Gerard and Crygo5616. Who says if it's a ransom, they thinks that they would release her in a random place after dark. Crygro thinks that the video from Savannah Guthrie today could be asking people to help once she is released. By the way, thanks also to Logan Newbert and Alex Banking. And also Jeff 0360 and Just Lost the Game and MRODRM, who says, could it be that this was planned by family? Some of you think the family could be involved. Thanks, Melissa Level, as well. Hey, big thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators who have been here for all of our coverage. We couldn't have our chat rooms without the moderators, so huge thanks to them. Ruth, Charm Accents, Beth Mythical on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators, and our Twitch moderators who've been there, people like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Kay Larry Body, Charlotte's Web, Margaret Riley on Facebook. By the way, speaking of Facebook, I do owe a thanks to somebody over there. I'm sorry, I got behind. Linda A. Delaney Norman, and Laverne Thompson, and Pam Carnegie, and Larry Schaefer. I fell way behind. I'm sorry about that. Again, I really appreciate all of our moderators. Paul Anderson modding too. Thanks, Paul. Thanks to everybody who has supported the channel. That's how the channel can exist, is your support. So I do really appreciate it. Hopefully I thanked everybody. I got everybody. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. And thanks so much for sending me your updates. A lot of you guys have been sending me updates during the broadcast. It's very helpful, and I very much appreciate it. Hold on a second here. Thanks, Eddie Smith, for watching as well. By the way, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free. It's our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. If you want to do that, it's the same link as the free notifications link. So feel free to check out our Discord chat. Thanks to our Discord moderators for all your help on Discord. And also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. To do that, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel and then click on the bell and choose all notifications. If you've already subscribed, if you've already subscribed, make sure you click on the bell and choose all notifications. Yeah, I will keep an ear out for police scanners. I just was listening to a couple and I didn't hear anything relevant to this. If I hear something on one of the scanners and I think it's relevant, we can come on and do another live stream. I don't think you're not going to hear the day-to-day of the search on the scanners. You never know what you might hear, though. So I will certainly be watching for updates. I do want to say a quick thanks to our subscribers who support us on Facebook, people like Helen Anderson and Christy Claft, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Michael Clayton, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Diane Allworth, Martha Crawford. I think I said Christy Claft already. And all of our other subscribers over on Facebook. Very much appreciate your support. And also, hang on a moment. Our Twitch subscribers, again, thanks so much to you for supporting the channel, like Stack Rouse, Lloyd Christmas, 2 Cat Dad, Texas Snack Pack, Jax Haku, Grant P, Grant 74P, Emilian, Annie Cush, Guy from KC, and Wall Street and Shaggy, Big Ball of Yarn, Relila, CC, My Mind Spray, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you. And thanks also so much to our YouTube members. Sorry I didn't thank you before. Zach, Dean R., Red Tail Nutty, Peter Shappy, UV Lightning, Evelyn in Maine, Dawn Video Guy, Onslaught MP, CAC 813, and also our other members, people like Wendy Lance, Josie Wales, Marcus Planespotting Germany, William Cromer, Michael Avery, Val Cargo, Pat W, and Hugs and Stuff, and all of our other members there, and everybody else for watching. Again, I'll be keeping an eye out for stuff. If there's big developments, we'll come right back on the air. Thank you, Karunald, for watching. Magus, our member. Dwayne Big Dude, our member. And Delulu Bees, I'll say. Porto Cali. Manchester is red forever. Thanks for watching. Monk Chick. Cryptician. Juliana Martin, Jennifer Ellers, thanks for watching. Beth Goodwin. And everybody else for tuning in. Sarah Smile as well. All right, so again, to repeat, sorry to repeat myself, I will be keeping an eye on this, looking for more updates. Let's hope that somehow that law enforcement can find Nancy Guthrie and that she's alive and that she can be returned to her family. It's a really terrible situation. She has been missing for over a week, and again, as we covered today, the ransom deadline has passed. Reportedly, that deadline threatened her life if a ransom was not paid. And we have not heard a ransom was paid, and TMZ reports the Bitcoin address given in the ransom note is still empty, which would suggest it's not been paid. And Savannah Guthrie, just a few hours ago, asked for the public's help, saying they do not know where she is. So that is it for right now. You've been watching our live coverage of the ransom deadline expiring in the Nancy Guthrie missing person case. That is it for now, and I appreciate you watching, and I'm sure we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.